Welcome everybody. Let me turn that up a little bit so you can still hear the twangy western. That look good? I think that's. There we go. Welcome everybody. I'm Greg, your co-host today. Hosting today is Cody. Cody, say hello to the world of the internet.
Hello, yeah, we're got this fun new set that comes out pre-releases this Friday, releases next Friday. Outlaws of Thunder Junction.
So what do we know about this set in particular? This is like the Murders of Karnov, but it's a Western theme this time, right? Is that basically safe to say? Or
It's kind of like everybody from all the Magic universes are coming together. So it's kind of like the greatest hits of like a whole bunch of different planes, but in a Western theme. So it's gonna get very really on the nose the further they're gonna go in this set, especially around the coms and commons. You're gonna see a lot of things that are gonna be really pushing it on the idea of
really,
Western.
really. I thought it was steampunky when I saw like some of the art, and I was like, okay, I can get behind this. Steampunk is cool.
Yeah. But no, yeah. There's as you kind of see, there's all these are known characters through Magic's universe. You have Rakdos over here, Vraska over here, and I think that might be Tinybones. Again, all these different known characters. Of course, the main one being Oko, a very infamous character in Magic, to the point where he got banned from most formats, if not almost all of them. So people were kind of suspicious how strong he's going to be. But no, this whole set's going to be very fun with the whole idea of Western with just the crossover.
And we are here at our local gaming store, the Sword and Board. Cody is the resident Magic expert here, along with Alex. He's one of the managers here. Please support your local gaming stores. This is how they're able to get people in the door and stay in business, so you can play your games not in a non-digital format. What a concept!
Yeah.
So we'll start with the pre-release. So what is this? Like, what is this little box?
The pre-release kit are meant for typically the sealed format. Will come with 6 play boosters, no longer draft or set. The play booster is 14 cards, has a good spread between commons and commons, and should be draftable and
They're made to be more draft for the format of the draft.
Yeah. And this will also come with like an additional rare. Plus the inside the box is gonna have little goodies in it with like the theme of Western posters, wanted posters, and everything in it. So they definitely went a little bit more out for the theming of the package to make it more interesting. Yeah, we'll start opening it.
Yeah, and this isn't out yet. Can you start opening it?
Yeah.
And this isn't out yet. This comes out for local gaming stores on Friday, and then I think big box stores a week later.
Yeah.
Is that how it meant?
Yeah. So you have things like there's Oko, he has a wanted poster, and they have stuff over here. They also have like another thing from Penna, which like it says contains 5% real things in it. So it's like knockoff versions of things. So, and inside of that, you also get the box itself, which you can use to like. We get like a full image of it.
I wouldn't put it past Magic to be like, these cards have real gold and get graved on.
Yeah.
Can mention that point, like powder gold. Oh, you can even get D20.
Yeah, the D20 with the set symbol on it right there. It's a cowboy hat to even push the set of Western. And then the rare was
like the fat pack kind of, like what it used. Well, they used to be the big boxes or whatever.
Yeah, I think your pre-release card with the 2024 symbol on it for the pre-release cuts. It's not bad. You can see a lot of alternative cost cards on the set. So this one being a XX and the cast card on it. There's gonna be a lot of things to cast stuff from Exile, exiling things. It's gonna be a lot of different themes throughout the whole set.
Now, does this set favor like? Because first of all, how much do you know about this set? Like, are you going in completely blind, or do you know like 1 or 2 cards that they released? Or
I've been keeping up with some of the releases. There's some things, even more so. They did a very strong diversity of like art in this one. So if you like strong like art aesthetics and things, there's plenty of those. Especially when you get to some of the wanted posters and the special guest cards and the reprint cards. There's so many different art styles in this. You're going to see some favorite things. One of my favorite artists, Wiley Beckert, she did a good string of art in the set that I'm really big fan of. But yeah, there's going to be just a lot of fun things. There's some new mechanics, which we'll get over when we get to them. I was making sure to check up the official rulings of things so I don't give bad information out. But there's some fun things. There's going to be some unique mechanics. Unfortunately, they only have 1 art on the cards packs now. So
well, that's fine.
All right, so this is a play booster. This is what it's going to be used. Yeah, it even says the best of draft and set booster on the packaging. But yeah, let's get into it. These should all be, hopefully, not in a weird order.
Oh God, not the order again. Yeah, they
yeah,
always
yeah.
change that.
Yeah, that was one of the things with the last stream we did together. Yeah.
Went to the oops, the reverse.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
put the rare in front. Like
Yeah.
there was reverse order, and then there's normal order. What do you call it? You
Yeah.
call it the Japanese order, right?
Yeah, the
Because that's
Japanese-
how the Japanese
yeah.
packs are fate shaped.
Which the set collector boosters might be in. I'm not entirely sure. I have to check the printing on the box. But starting off with just a good standard control draft card set, sealed card. Just a flash tap creature. Pretty standard. Just your typical sealed format fodder.
There are cards. I've noticed there are cards that are bad, but they're made specifically for drafting.
Yeah. So this one again, same thing. That's where most of commons and commons are going to pull from. This could be like an aggressive card, creatures you control. So it's a good card. This card just generally gives your card, your field stronger. If you control an outlaw, outlaws can be one of these new things. Luckily explains on the bottom here. Assassins, mercenaries, pirates, and rogues and warlocks are all outlaws. So it's a grouping of creature types under a uniformed creature umbrella.
So is outlaw a new creature type?
No, it just encompasses all those creature types.
Okay.
So it lets you, it's a very blanket creature typing, comparatively to where in, the first time they kind of did something like this would be in Thunderbolt Drain. I think, no, it was Thunderbolt Drain. What's the set after that? It was the party mechanics. Yeah, I think it was Zendikar?
Oh, Zendikar.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So that one they introduced the party
Zendikar?
mechanic, which would have been rogue, wizard, barbarian, warrior, and I forget the last one, cleric. I think.
It's like your classic
Yeah.
D&D
Yeah.
Gauntlet Legends type of party.
And then they would revisit that back with the actual D&D set. So they did some things there. Of course, things like here, Saddle's another new mechanic. Saddle, it's kind of the similar idea of the vehicle mechanic with the crew, but it's already creature already. But it happens if you saddle on top of it. The creature, you're essentially removing the creature essentially from the combat to kind of join in combat with something. They're not physically joining the combat, but usually they'll say something with if this creature is saddled. So if you commit a creature at least with one power, so you tap it as an action to saddle this. Now this card would gain trample. Instead of being just a 4/2 nothing, it would get a 4/2
Oh,
trample.
it adds effects to other
Yeah.
characters fighting.
Yeah,
Okay.
and they give some more additional things in the future with like some of the more unique cards are going to be. I don't want to spoil too much, but some cards will. There's a card in the set that will eat the creature, so it's interesting. And it's in the good part. We're going back to back with all these different mechanics. So this one's going to be the desert. They haven't brought. I think the last time they used desert was an Amonkhet. So these ones are pretty standard. There's cards that have done similar things. So when this card enters battlefield, you choose a color and attach to that side color. So it's a good mana fixing. And you want to see this typically, again, in the sealed draft format, because it lets you go in those other colors and comfortably within it without having to like, oh, not having drawn my mountain or my island. I could say red for my mountain or blue for my island. So good color fixing. And of course, you can see a lot of those creature types with this card, for example. It's the rogue, which would make it an outlaw. So you can see a lot of double creature typing, sometimes triple creature typing on things, just so they could get like make sure it's the theme of whatever that creature was from the original set, plus the outlaw, wizard, warlock. So when this creature enters,
Out of your way.
oh yeah, return up to one tap creature. So again, kind of high mana cost for a creature, but it's pretty strong in the late game. So plot is another new mechanic. So,
Jeez,
so we're just
okay,
saying
all
there's,
right.
There's still, I think, one or two more mechanics we'll have to go over, but this one is a pretty fun one. So plot, this one is going to be the most interesting mechanic, I think, in this set, primarily because it's a special action. As long as it's here during your main phase, you can exile the card into its to be plotted. While it's plotted, the card can not be cast that turn, but on the other turn, while you have priority during your main phase, you can cast a creature without paying its mana cost, or cast an instant or sorcery.
So like you're paying for it in advance.
Yeah,
kinda.
yeah. So the good part, people are kind of like looking at it for the main reasoning for like storm decks decks that care for how many cards you cast that turn. So you could plot a whole bunch of cards and then come to, let's say, 2-3 turns online, and then cast all those cards simultaneously, not simultaneously, but in sequence with each other. So you could, like, if you cast a creature this turn, all the creatures in this battlefield this turn get something bonus on it. If you cast 6 creatures at once without actually spending mana, then you can hard cast your actual card, then you get more benefits from it. So there's some cool mechanics in it.
So it's kind of, it reminds me a little bit of the time spiral mechanics.
Yeah, like
where they leave the field with 6 time counters, and every turn he ticks one down.
Yeah,
okay.
so it's kind of like that. It's kind of like that, but you don't have to actually. You could choose when to, because usually when the suspend counters and time counters removed, you kind of cast it after the last one is removed. This one is a little more lenient on it. Similar idea, another plot card. This one gives +1/+1 and trample. So you get like, hey, I'm going to hold this card turn 1, put it into exile under this ability, and then later, when I need to actually use it, I could then actually cast it. And then here's the last mechanic I think that's in the set. It's called Spree. So Spree has a little plus on the top right corner. It's really hard to see, but they made it really small. So when you cast this card, you pay for the example this one, pay the green, and you have to pay one of the other costs on this. So they have 1 green, you have 2 in addition, so 3 in total. Put 2/1 counter started creature, or you can do 1, choose creature gets trapped within a turn. The last one is when this creature does combat damage to a player, draw 2 cards. You can do all of them. So this would be known as a modal card. Modal cards are pretty cool because there's a card in this, I think in the commander decks. One of them cares for modal cards. This one, it's kind of similar to the Ravnica cards where there's 2 cards adjacent to each other. Mm-hmm. They're going to pay more, essentially. So 1 mana give target creature trample. That's very common in Magic. But the fact that you could choose stuff like, I could pay 1 plus the 2 plus that.
We talk about utility and value, right? The value of having that card.
So this one is just like a drop-down menu of what you want to do. You just have to pay the additional mana for each option. And you can choose additional ones. You just can't choose the same one multiple times. So you can't be like, oh, cool, I'm just going to pay green and pay this 18 times. I'm going to give my creature 18 +1/+1 counters. But you can do, I'll give it 2 +1/+1 counters and this. So if you have 4 mana open, you can give your creature on attack trample on +2/+2, which is pretty good in that swing. So this has a lot of versatility, plus the low mana cost too as well. So this will be the first rare.
Oh wait, this is the plot thing is interesting because it says on a later turn, not after this turn. That's weird wording, right?
Yeah,
that was essentially the same thing, but they just word it weird.
There is a unique card in this set. It's not in particular overly unique, but there's a card. It's a character thought to be gone, but just came back. If you happen to pull it, it's gonna be a very fun card. He kind of has even more weirder restrictions. But anyways, that card will hopefully see it. It would definitely try to clip that one. So this one is each player shuffles his or her hand to a graveyard. Each player who does draw 7 cards and you exile this card. So
so it's Professor Oak.
Yeah, so it's a lot of similar mechanics, but the good part, you could plot this ahead. Fortunately, the plot's more than the casting cost, but you could save this for later, like as a back pocket. Like, hey, I have no hand now, and you got rid of some of my good cards in my deck. I could then cast this for free, save all that mana I would be using to then cast the cards that would be drawn off of this.
It adds another layer of strategy.
I guess that's a layer, so I guess.
Oh yeah. You organize how you organize at the front counter. Oh, by the way, these are the store's cards.
Yeah.
So these are Cody's store's cards.
Yeah.
These aren't mine. These weren't given to me for review. So just want to clarify that.
And this is some of the weird creature types we're talking about. So you have
Black
Scorpion, Dragon, Rogue. The Rogue then to keep the idea of it's an outlaw. So this one's pretty decent. It's a 4 mana 5/5 flying trample. Usually, if you're an old enough Magic player, you know. If you see somebody's stats higher than their mana cost, usually it has some downsides. But this one, the downside is it's double black, double red, so it needs mana specific.
So it's not black, red, then 2 colorless.
Yeah,
right?
no,
That's
it's
the big
black,
difference.
black, red.
Yeah.
But having a 5/5 flying trample, and also a Scorpion Dragon, that sounds pretty cool. Then it has the ability to sacrifice 3 other creatures. You may put a creature from your hand on the battlefield. Only do it at sorcery speed. So the good part, you're allowed to cheat cards out. If you have a means like doing like tokens and stuff like that, you could get a bigger creature because it's no restriction to the mana cost. So as long as it's your turn, you hold priority. You have 3 creatures. You activate its ability, and you just get a free creature out of your hand. That's pretty neat. Oh, cool! We got one of the.
1 sec. Sorry. Oh, cool. That's an awesome card.
Yeah.
Let me turn the. You can keep talking. I'm just gonna turn the music up a little.
Okay. Unlicensed Hearts, a very popular card that was played a lot in Standard, typically. This is one of the. There's this different set. Some of it looks like a little gel cage type thing right here. So these are all just reprinted cards from other sets and different types of Magic. Unlicensed Hearts is a very popular card because with the crew mechanic, funny enough, saying it's similar to the saddle. But this one is really popular because it just eats cards out of your opponent's graveyard and it gets bigger. It's a 2-drop artifact, so it's pretty neat. And then you get a foil. I think it's a guaranteed foil in each pack. So this one's just going to be your typical deal 1 damage to your opponent, tap it, but it costs 1 mana. I guess the benefit it has flying, or it has reach, so you can block flying.
And then you can like tap, you can finish something off
Yep.
if it's really close to being dead.
And then apparently there's pest tokens in here, and it's a swamp, basic swamp. So that's the first pack. Luckily we went over all the mechanics, so should we go by a little bit quicker?
Yeah, plot, and then you have the other
free saddle.
Oh, I love
and,
that land art though. I don't know if we talked about that. That's a beautiful land art.
There's some unique. We think get to the other product. We're going to see a lot more interesting lands in there. The good part looks like this pack is pretty standard layout, so it's gonna be just your commons down to your rare, which makes it a little bit easier, especially for this type of situation. Here's the last mechanic I think we never went over. Committed crime. Committed crime is very easy to do, apparently in Magic. The way you do it is as long as you target your opponent, anything control, or the graveyard. So you interact with anything of them outside of like spells on stack. You're committing a crime. So it's very easy.
Like in the game, or
I mean, if you ask the right Magic player, they might say you're committing a crime.
What a crime!
Yeah. So cards will benefit from committing a crime. So this is just a 2-mana 1/2 flyer. But whenever you commit a crime, each opponent loses life. You gain a life. This only triggers once per turn, which is pretty standard on a lot of cards. You can see trigger once per turns because people will try to exploit it as soon as it's not has a restriction. And then, let's see.
Let me see if I turn this down. There's too much white noise.
Okay.
That may. All right, and he has that. Well, you might be a little lower. It's just
Okay.
that it's dead quiet in this room, so you
Yeah.
shouldn't get any white noise. It's
Yeah.
just probably because the sensitivity on the mics is too high.
Yeah. Whenever attacks, defending player, creature. No, it's not bad. It's target. So it's pretty neat where it's kind of weak on the toughness side of it, but the fact that it swings, it makes creatures weaker. But nothing, it's just more sealed fodder.
More drafty, you
Yeah,
said again.
yeah.
Just something to build your deck out.
Yeah, same thing with this card. It just gets bigger when creatures die, so this has that potential to grow larger in a sealed or draft format. So this is a card that would benefit from you plotting cards. This card deals X damage to target creature, where X is 2 plus the number of cards you cast this turn. So when you plot a card, you cast the card from exile, so you do get the cast triggers. It just with this card, let's say you plot like 4 cards, and so you finally play this card for 2 mana. Plot 4 cards plus 2, you can deal 6 damage, which is not bad. The restriction, it's only 2 creatures, so it kind of has that. Unfortunate.
It's played as a sword. Oh, it's an instant. Okay,
Yeah.
this one is an instant. Okay,
Yeah.
interesting. Ooh, okay, but that can be a good gotcha.
Oh yeah. There's a lot of interesting cards that will. Of course, they make sure sets function with each other. Just one. Again, it's just another plot card, but just a standard body. Nothing overly too crazy. This is where you can start seeing a lot of. Surprised we didn't see too many in the other pack, but there's gonna be a lot of cards referring to specific characters' names. Even more so, there's gonna be, I think they're called pair-ups or
Team-ups?
team-ups, I think it is, or something like that. There's a lot of cards with that thing because it's a lot of characters, and even so much so, this like half of this card's text is referring to other characters. Because the flavor text. These ones are pretty decent. People like the surveil mechanic, and this one just a filter lane. So, the good part, it doesn't look like the interplay tap either. So, it's a desert, the enters battlefield, you surveil one, and then you could tap for colorless, or you could filter a lane into it. It's not a bad card, especially if you care for deserts. Just go to essentially any card that could benefit from a desert. And now we start seeing more of these things, the Brimstone Roundup. It's gonna be a lot of cards that care for.
Oh yeah, that's rough though. Like one, like you have to pay to add. I guess in the pinch, yeah, that's.
Oh
rough.
yeah. Most people refer to it as like filter lands because you could pay a mana into it to switch to a different color.
Right.
So when you cast your, this is also another thing you'll see a lot in Magic is whenever you cast your second spell each turn, something triggers. So this one makes a mercenary. So that's pretty cool in this that lets you get the benefit of. It's an enchantment that checks when you ever cast a card, and this is the good part. It says each turn, so you can do on your opponent's turn. So you have a lot of spells to cast.
Yeah, I love the names are all let's race and rope Broncos.
Yeah.
Like every single thing is like Roundup.
Yeah.
Was it like Pop but Lullaby?
Here's another card that cares for second card catch each turn. This card was a very popular card, especially with commander players. Crom.
Oh, dude, rad.
From Ravnica, I think, maybe? I'm forgetting.
That looks like a Fallout card.
Actually, it might be Innistrad card. It's a horror zombie thing. It's like a stitched together thing. It has flying. It has like electric wings. It's some weird thing. I used to have partner, which was like a fun card.
And now, can this be used as a commander?
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
Probably not the best one.
No, it has one ability. You want ones with multiple abilities. Yeah.
Then you got another vehicle, so that's cool. This one's weird. It's restricted once a turn. But whenever it gets attacks for each creature that crewed it. Okay. So you can't just activate it multiple times. It's not bad statted. It's a 5 mana, 6/5. Crew 1, it's easy to crew. And of course,
it's the artifact, so it's a little harder to get rid of.
Yeah. And the good part, it doesn't become a creature until you cast it. Which is uncommon. Avian Interrupter.
What's our next set? We'll put cowboy hats and all the planeswalkers and call it Junction something.
When you can see more characters, you're going to see a lot more cowboy hats, like how Murderous Karlov ever had their little detective hats.
Yeah, everyone had the Sherlock Holmes hat and the cloak.
You're going to see a lot of cowboy hats in this. I think at one point there's a picture with like a whole bunch of characters you would recognize if you play a lot of Magic that all are just wearing cowboy hats.
Like and there's some is like even steampunky. Like that's more steampunky than Western. I mean, that's.
Well, I think those people might be from New Capenna, so they're from like the 20s, so they might be like that 20s aesthetic with the Western, so it's an interesting look.
Mishmashing the eras.
Oh yeah, there's good to see a lot of that. So this one's whenever into battlefield, exile target spell becomes potted. So the good part is exile target spell usually refers to its walls on stack, so if somebody's casting something like, okay, cool, I'm going to put an exile, you can cast it on a later turn. And potted means you can only cast it at sorcery speed.
Yeah,
so
on your turn,
So if you hit, like, let's say, a counter spell, it makes it kind of useless, because counter spell at sorcery speed means nothing. You can't really interact with anything. So
you can't do it.
It makes a useless card. Suppose your opponent's cast from the graveyard or exile costs 2 more to cast. So this can be very beneficial in certain decks that use a lot of things from graveyard.
Would you ever be able to cast a counterspell as a sorcery and have it be effective?
Never really, unless there's of course it's Magic. There's always workarounds for everything, so you can always kind of do 8 pieces on the field to make something work out of normal functionality. But that's just kind of half of Magic. So.
That's another one of those cool. That's awesome. That's awesome art.
Yeah. So Journey to Nowhere is a common like. Can't remember what set originally came out, and I know it's been reprinted along like Theros and stuff like that. But it's just pretty much an inch battlefield, exile card until this thing's gone. But I think it's specifically creature.
And when they bring a card like that reprinted again, does that mean that it becomes legal and standard again because it was reprinted in the latest
unfortunately, not this one.
Because they have this special symbol,
there's
right?
different sets. There is another set that is standard in this that isn't. Like it gets very complicated.
So it's Commander basically. Commander.
Yeah, I mean, the only cool thing about this, if they ever made downshifted a rare or common to it, or a rare mythic or uncommon down a rarity. Let's say they made a uncommon a common, they'll make it pauper legal, which is unique and cool. And then, oh, that's cool. That's cool. It's like Rakdos.
Oh, whoa.
It's a sign card.
Is it serialized?
Kind not. It's like a stamping of the person's signature.
Yeah. That is cool, though. Reminds me of trading cards back in the day, the Marvel stuff.
And then finally, you got some of the mana-fixing canyons that people were kind of interested in. They're deserts, and when they enter, they deal with damage to opponents. So it's been very common in Magic to have cards enter, or lands that tap for 2 colors, interplay, tap, gain you life. There's about, I think, at least 5, if not more of them. They've reprinted some of them. But this one's the first one that enters play tapped, and it deals your opponent 1 damage.
It's like reverse shock.
Yeah. So it's like, it kind of pings your opponent 1.
Oh, and it's either or, but it's not basic, so you can lay up 4.
Yeah, but it has the desert keyword, which is unique, and there might be some cards that care for desert.
Art is gorgeous.
Yeah.
The gorgeous art of these cards.
Oh yeah, like some of the vistas and like the landscapes you do are pretty cool. Alright, so this one, another card that cares for mercenaries. So it's gonna be some more standard fodder stuff. Got a spree card here. The spree card looks pretty cool. Kind of high on both like abilities and the sorcery speed to kind of like draws down its per se value, but the fact that it has that flexibility to it, which makes it good. And of course, you can't expect a whole bunch from a common, but it's enough there. There's even opponents like this steer clear, but the steer is referring to an actual steer. Deals 2 damage to target attacking or block creature, which is common like white a lot. It deals 4 damage if that character's mounted. So it's, again, the pun of steer, and is bucking somebody off. And
you did warn me. You warned me.
Yes, there's going to be a lot of that. Followed by the card Quick Draw, which is, again, I'm referring to
as long as it doesn't say McGraw on the end, that's fine, and it's not that bad.
This one's pretty standard, like a red buff spell that kind of helps you in certain situations. Creature has an added benefit of your opponent creatures lose the first strike, so it kind of gives the upper hand in that very niche situation. This is a character, hopefully we'll pull him later, but he's a fun, I think it's like Bristly Bill or something like that. But you're going to see a decent amount of them. It just, again, more common stuff you're going to see a whole bunch of. And they're going to have cards that are very specific, so target non-mounted creature. In set, not great. Out of set, a little bit better, because there's only so much stuff. And you're going to see a lot more cards that like does something for non-mercenary cards. And when most of the set is mercenaries, it doesn't feel like great. Like, what was it? I think in Ixalan they have like Walk the Plank, which is a card that destroys target non-merfolk. Problems, there's a lot of merfolks in the set, so in set didn't do much, but out of set it had more playability.
Yeah, right. But you said this is for drafting anyway.
Yeah.
We should have played a drinking game. You have to take a shot every single time a card says y'all or you'd best.
Yeah. Well, eager's a good word too.
Yeah, that's a good one too. Yeah.
Eager, whomever. Okay. Whomever.
Y'all.
Whomever this is. This card's pretty unique. I like this card. It's high costed for not a great value, but it gets one less for. But it costs 1 less for each creature in your graveyard. So it goes all the way down to 1 mana if you have 6 creatures in it. And then when it's battlefield, any number of target opponents each discard a card. For each player that who didn't discard, you can return a card with mana cost 4 or greater. Then you draw a card. Or you can discard a card 4 or greater.
Okay.
So has some essential like discard mechanics, and plus has the benefit of getting you drawing you some cards. Standard plot card. It's must be Stitchers are a type of necromancer warlock from Innistrad. So the whole point is to just tie bodies together and then reanimate them.
He's blue?
Yeah, blue. Yeah.
Interesting.
There's 2 named characters in here. It's Drolf and Gisa. They're rival necromancers in Ixalan, or Ixalan in Innistrad, and they both have a legendary creature in this set. Again, out of like different like themes coming here, so just makes spirit tokens.
There's a lot of diversity.
Yeah.
There's diversity in this set.
Yeah. Claim Jumper. This one's a Rabbit Mercenary.
Oh, the restaurant? Is it a location?
Yeah, no. Whenever it's battlefield opponents, if an opponent controls more lands than you may search the library for a plants card pinned in the battlefield tab. If your opponent has more lands, then you repeat this process once. So this is very common. There's cards like Knight of the White Orchid that does stuff like this. White typically doesn't have ramp, they have more catch-up mechanics. So this one's a 3-mana, if your opponent has more lands than you get a land out of your deck, specifically a plains. The good part just says search your deck for a plains card, so that could be anything that has the plains word on it. So it could be like your shock lands, or let's say a commander, it could be your dual lands and whatnot. So that has some added benefit. I mean, the good thing in commander, if your opponent goes first and they have like a whole bunch of lands out, he gets your Soul Ring. You tap that, play your white, and then get a land off of it. And if somebody still has more lands, and you get another one. So that's pretty neat.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. It's another modal card. So Escalate has a similar idea of like Spree, but you could, for each additional one, you have to pay one. So it has 3 different modes you could choose. This one, it costs 1 to choose an additional one. So 3 cost gets you one of them, 3 plus 1 gets you 2, and 3 plus 3 gets you all 3 of them essentially, or plus 2.
You pay more, you get more.
Yeah, pretty standard card. Well, that's cool. Secure the Critic, that's awesome.
Oh, sick.
That's pretty cool foiling. Secure the Critic was and still played in a lot of burn decks. Essentially, as long as your opponent has received damage, you can pay for a spectacle cost. So if you lightning bolt somebody, deal 3 damage to them, which instead of paying 3 mana, it just costs 1, which becomes another lightning bolt. Just a sorcerer's space.
Oh, great!
So,
another win on turn 3 card game.
Yeah. Yes. And then we got the same exact Canyon, but non-foil, so you can see how much more exciting the foils make the cards. Look at this. And then apparently there's a 3/1 dinosaur in this set that hates wagons.
What is with the feathers? I get that. I mean, I think people think they had feathers because they evolved from birds, but I never liked the feathers on the dinosaurs.
Yeah,
not a fan.
It was very heavily pushed in the Ixalan set. And then there's the plot. It kind of explains. You can use this as a card off to the side of your field, and,
like reference.
And you can pick cards on top of it. Like this card is plotted.
Oh, so you can keep track of what? Yeah. So if it's exiled or plot or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, there's some sticky stuff there I want to get rid of. I'll bring it back. Keep going. Keep going.
Yeah. We're probably gonna start seeing more duplicates now. Oh yeah, Dino. I love this card. I was a big fan of Street Sharks. Things are awesome. So it's just a shark rogue, but I love how
gunk on the
nonchalantly
Do you have any like
trying
Windex
to
nearby?
like get money for somebody. But yeah, it's a fun card. Again, plot cards you can see very common in the set.
Haven't played anything crazy yet, but.
And the good part is this one, if you cast 2 or more spells this turn, draw a card.
No.
So if you plot it a turn, wait till next turn, cast a spell, then play for free from exile, you'll be able to get the draw card effect. So there's some pretty neat cards in it. So plot's going to be very interested in the sealed and limited format for Magic for the set, just because you're letting your opponent know what card's going to be playing against them. It's just, you get to kind of indirectly dictate when you kind of have an explosive turn. So a lot of setup, which is not very common in sealed formats a lot, primarily because I think if anybody's been playing Magic long enough, they've been plenty of times where they've been top decking cards off their deck. But this one, you can set up a turn so you can top deck the right card, then go off from that turn. The Razzle Dazzler.
The good old shake and bake.
Yeah, apparently. Wizard. Got some skullduggery, too. I do really enjoy the names in the set. It definitely has it's unique as this is a new territory that Magic has not really ventured into, the whole Western theme. There's been some hints towards it before. Yeah, again, everything just seems like it's like continuous puns. Oh, I love the Lone Shark card. It's like probably one of my.
It's literally a loan shark.
Yeah, give me some Street Sharks reference feels, and me and Alex here always make really bad puns with each other. Make Your Own Luck. It's another fun card. This card is actually one of the cards that you could get out of participating in one of the any FNMs that are in your local stores. There should be like this alternative version where it kind of has this like the text box sent me this very white color. It has this like almost yellow colorization, and it looks a little darker. You can pull those foils and non-foils. This card's pretty decent. So you look at top 3 cards of your library. So 5 mana, look top 3 cards of your library. Exile non-land card from them. It becomes plotted. So it can be any card. So you for essentially 5 mana, you dig 3 deep. You grab like a 12 drop if you have it. Put in exile. Your next turn, cast that 12 drop for free. So let's
next turn.
Yeah, you want to because it's plotted.
Good lord.
So it's a good way to cheat out bigger costed cards. So.
No, this one. So I know you talked about Razzle Dazzle, but like, would this be like if you had a commander deck completely revolved around putting counters on creatures? Like this could be game changing, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. No.
You could have them be like a 20/20, then just swing with them.
Oh yeah.
And you can't. It says it can't be blocked. You can't stop it.
Yeah. There's also another card in the set that's pretty popular. I think it's pretty cool. His whole mechanic is you can pay 5 into him, and you just double all the counters on the creatures you control. So he could be very explosive in the fact that he can't be blocked. And of course with the whole, Street Sharks. Yeah.
Yeah, Street Sharks. They bite, they fight, they kick some fin. That was the tagline.
Yes.
Mutated animals were a big thing after Turtles. Biker Mice Samar, Street Sharks. There were like a lot of them that came out trying to capitalize off the giant mutated hybrid animals.
Yeah. No, trust me, we have a good selection of the offshoots. I think one was, I can't remember the name of it, but it's like everything. So you can make a pun of each part of TMNT. It was like you can find an alternative word for it. There's like 8 comics for it. Get back to these cards though. So you got your typical lasso. It's an equipment, so you have the additional benefit of equipping a creature, but luckily it comes equipped. That's a very common thing with like some of the newer cards, having cards inter-equipped things. We got a giant possum. It's a 3/3. When it attacks, if it's saddled, it gets +1/+2 to end turn. Then you return any number of creatures that saddled to their owner hands. So that's really good for the additional benefit. So you could, let's say if a good creature has a good enter the battlefield effect, you could crew it onto this or saddle it, then attack with a possum. This gets bigger. You return the creature back to your hand, and you can play it again to get the additional enter the battlefield effect.
Oh, the trigger ability?
Yeah, which is not really common in green, so that's pretty neat for that. Ooh, Tinybones. That's a really good card. I like this card.
It was legendary too, right?
Yeah. Let's see. This card is, I think, my favorite card from this set. If I can click it. There it goes. But yeah, Tinybones, this card is, people have different feelings about this card because the closest correlation is this infamous card called Ragavan. It's a 1-drop, 1/1. Ragavan's a 1-drop, 2/1 when it hits your opponent. Exile top card of their deck. You get a treasure token. Has a lot of playability on it. This one is also really strong because it's a 1-mana, 1/1 death touch. So it's going to most likely kill any creature it runs into.
It's a nuke, yeah.
Yeah, but with the added benefits, when it hits, it does combat damage to a player. You could look through their graveyard, and you could cast any spell from their graveyard, just using in your mana for any color. So you can.
You just have to pay the cost. It's just,
yeah,
but it's you can.
Yeah, so yeah, you're like, oh cool, I hit you, like in a burn deck. Let's say hypothetically that you ran out burn, you could essentially still do burn or their removal spells. You can find a way to give this haste or anything like that. Also has my favorite thing is it's a 1/1 for 1. So in more competitive play formats, to remove this, you're overkilling it more times than not. So if you're using like a lightning bolt, you overkill by 2. You remove it.
Yeah, it's a wasted resource. Yeah.
Yeah, and this has nothing but benefits. So I think it just has a very strong impact on the field. So that's
good in Commander and good in Standard, you'd say, or?
Yeah, I'm interested to see how what formats pick it up a lot.
He keeps the good cards to the right, folks, and the bad cards he passes to me. That's how he's
well, just more cards I know people are generally interested.
Oh yeah, in. Stuff that will sell in your cases. Yeah.
Yeah. This card's pretty okay. I think a lot of the cards also.
The black and white looks great though.
Yeah. With the little accents of red in there. Most of the set is, these ones are also to be like crimes essentially. So Heartless Pillage kind of has that like meaning behind it. Also, like the other card was like skewer the critics. It's just very aggressive sounding cards.
I feel like as a journalist, I feel like that's that's targeted to me.
Oh, here we got one of the floor lands. So token. But the floor lands are unique because if you look, they don't have the mana symbol blatantly right in your face like the Theros ones. This one is an outcropping that kind of shows the symbol. So the cactuses from this specific angle makes the forest mana symbol. So it's like hidden in there.
I see it.
So
it's really wild.
Yeah, so they did one for each one of the basic land types. Some are more forward than others. I like how it uses the cactuses too, because there's not really in the desert. It's not an abundant, flourishing forest. They get like an oasis, but this is the closest thing you have with their cactuses. But these are like the unique full art lands for this one. I think they're really neat.
No, that's pretty. It's pretty clever. Yeah, and I noticed the swamps are like caverns, like they're made in caves.
Yeah.
The farther you look away, the easier it gets to do.
Oh yeah. So this one's pretty standard. This goal it's XL target creature, so it's removal, and then if it costs 3 more, you surveil too. Pretty standard, but it's going to be good for like, again, that sealed draft. And same thing for this card. You see like cards are like around the 2 to 4 mana value that don't have a amazing impact that you expect from other like creatures, but they're gonna have like the added benefit of that mid to late game to have like kind of swing. This one's pretty standard and just gets plus X where X is toughness. So there's cards that people refer to as like the butt of the creature. So its power toughness becomes the power of its butt. There's some little highway robbery.
Sorry, it's a thing and a saying. It's twofer. It's a twofer.
Yeah.
That's what we call twofer.
Yeah, it's not that bad either. You may discard a card or sacrifice a land. If you do, draw 2 cards. Sometimes you get the benefit in certain decks that want to destroy lands. They draw 2 cards off of it. So 2 mana. You can also plot in the future. Like if, let's say like, I probably could use this right now. So I like the way my hand's looking. But you could plot it out into the future. Like you keep drawing those lands. Like, well, I don't need these lands. I'm going to cast for exile. Get rid of the lands. I'll draw 2 more. So this one actually I think is going to be very decently playable. The Hard Bristle Bandit. He's a plant rogue. Pretty standard with would be referred to as like a mana dork.
So does he die if you forget to water him? Is that what?
Apparently, I mean he's a 1/1, so it's easy. Whenever you commit a crime, untap him. This ability triggers only once per turn. That's not bad though. The fact that usually for a 2 mana 1/1 that taps for 1, you probably want some additional benefit. The benefits if you use that mana you used to, with him, you could then spin the card to destroy one of the creatures, and then you could do to untap them. So you're committing crimes.
Oh, he should have just been in a pot. That'd have been funny.
Yeah. Discerning Peddler. Okay. It's just in its battlefield, you discard a card if you do, draw a card. Not bad. Kind of people refer to that as a loot mechanic. You're looting.
Yeah, this is still like we're still in draft too, people.
Yeah.
If you're watching, this is not. Some of it we're going to Commander, but most of it's for draft.
Yeah.
Filler, we call it, right? You can call it filler.
Yeah. The draft sealed filler. Another fun thing makes a dinosaur. So whenever it attacks, you create a 3/1 dinosaur. You control.
What? How do you create a dinosaur? Oh, you open a temporal rift, I guess, through time.
Yeah. If you're a human warlock, you can do that. Mobile homestead, that just looks like a house on a carriage. Whenever it attacks, look at the top card of your library. If it's land, you put it in the battlefield tap. Not bad. It has like a pseudo ramp mechanic. It's also a 2 mana 3/3. The only thing costs 2 to crew. The good part is it has both crew and saddle on those, so you get a double benefits. Rush of Dread. I do like the art on this. So another spree card. So 3 mana is kind of high. So hopefully the costs are cheaper. So 3+1. Target opponent sacrifice half the creature they control rounded up. Not bad. Or for 2, or an additional 2. Target opponent discards half their cards rounded up. And +2, lose half their life. So if you pay an additional 5, you make them sacrifice half their field, discard half their cards, and lose half their life. All rounded up. Rounded up is pretty decent too.
Oh, there's
cool.
another one you can take a shot at. Roundup.
Yeah.
They say Roundup on the card. Shot.
Oh yeah.
Not on a Tuesday morning, but you know,
Yeah.
that's the adults only stream at night.
At the beginning of combat.
Oh, cool art though.
Yeah. No, the art looks pretty cool. When I ever seen any of the Wiley cards, I'm gonna pull her art cards to Sykes. I would just really love her art. At the beginning of the combat, you draw a card, then you may exile an artifact card from your hand. If you do, create a 3/3 golem. Yeah, that's cool. So this symbol is like an additional symbol. So there was originally going to be like the epilogue boosters they did for Aftermath, but fortunately they didn't go out with that. Maybe it's the introduction of the play booster. They didn't want to add an additional pack back to the circulation of products they have. So this is a little vault symbol. That's going to be another symbol. So far we've seen the hat, which is the main set. You've seen the gel cell symbol, which is probably right behind this. That's going to be the guest cards. And then there's this one, just like an additional set to it. So these cards are mainly just going to be a smaller batch of them. Those are going to be part of the storyline, essentially. So all these things have to do with the whole reason everybody's here on the plane for.
And everyone has cowboy hats.
Yeah.
Oh, a legendary to the left.
Oh, sorry, I totally.
Oh, okay. No, you gotta go to the right.
Yeah. I
Because
totally
I was like, really?
Yeah.
I know there are bad ones. I'm not saying there are bad.
Yeah, there's also some good reprints. Some of the rares they chose for reprints for the set, pretty solid. Like Terror of the Peaks is one. Hopefully we'll see. This one's pretty simple. Just back for more. Just return target creature from a graveyard to the battlefield. It fights. Pretty standard. And then a Wanted Griffin. It's pretty standard too. This one's I think it's a giant tumbleweed in the background. I can't make that out, say, but I think it's a tumbleweed out there. That card's cool. I wonder what this is. Oh, Archive Trap. That makes sense. All right, this is the last play booster before we get to the other product.
You want to hear a really bad joke?
What?
My fake plants died because I did not pretend to water them.
I probably know some people that actually do that. So Tumbleweed Rising, talk about tumbleweeds.
There's another shot we could say.
Yeah.
Should tumbleweed, y'all. What was it? The Kid? Anything called The Kid?
Oh yeah, which we're probably gonna see more in the other product. A lot of those specific name cards. Overzealous muscles. Committed crime. Gains indestructible. Not bad.
This is actually a really fitting picture for tax season.
Yep.
Okay.
Again, pretty standard. Just the choices are pretty cool. 2 mana for counter target spell unless they pay 2 more. Not bad.
Ooh, that is nasty though. That's really mean.
Yeah.
Is it a crime?
It
should be.
Weirdly not. I mean, if you target their permanents, it would be.
But that's a cool card though. Yeah.
It's cool. Tether.
That can throw people off.
Yeah.
Like,
I think
really
it's just
bad.
yeah, people like the fact that a card, all those cards become exponentially better the longer the game goes on.
Yeah.
Especially in Sealed. So Sealed, I think it's going to be really fun. Same thing for draft as well. The fact that you're going to be able to see all these cards have that late game potential, which can make everything fun. Also, the cool part about saddle and crew, technically if a creature enters play that turn, they could crew or saddle a card. It doesn't care that they have summoning sickness.
Hold on, sorry, we missed this one. This is so is Flash faster? Flash is the fastest you can play other than split second, right?
Yeah, so Flash, you can cast the card as though it had instant. The fastest quote unquote thing in Magic is gonna always be mana, activated mana abilities. But yeah, it lets you have the additional benefit of having a flash mechanic or casting as an instant.
Right, so like this card, if you were like, if it's your turn and you play a creature, I could play this and then exile a creature before it hits the ground, right? Even though it already hit, because how the stack works.
Yeah, so you may cast this as though it had flash, you pay 2 more to cast it. Enters the battlefield, exile artifact. Yeah, so if the creature, like the thing's on the field, like, okay, you could...
He summons it, I play that, the creature gets exiled until this is gone and it can't come back in.
The good part too is that it has the benefit you could like, oh, at your end step, before it goes my turn, I'm going to pay 5. Flashes on the field, exile your big creature. Now it's my turn. you don't have that big creature anymore. I'm going to swing out. And hopefully...
Yeah, that's an interesting
and
card.
good part, too, because you could cast out a flash, so you could cast it outside of their main phases. And most, if not a lot of cards, destroy enchantments at sorcery speed. So if you do it outside of the times to cast sorcery speed, it kind of gives you a safety net. But yeah, there's a lot of cool things. Like, there's a lot of interesting mechanics with like a whole of things like castings. The whole sequencing in this set is going to be kind of interesting because the whole plot things take casting at sorcery speed, the whole spree thing.
The infamous stack everyone is always arguing about, right? That's the thing, right?
Yeah, some people call it competitive. So when it's saddled, it gets +2/+1. So it's going to be a lot of these standard saddle cards. The common ones are just going to get a little boost. Got a gold pan, you know. Find gold. And then just create a treasure token, not bad. So 2 mana, get a free mana. Its other abilities are kind of so-so. I like the fact that you're just equipping a pan to somebody. Then you just get +1/+1. So you're like, here's a dragon, give it a gold pan. That's one stronger. It's kind of goofy. It's battlefield. It's okay. The good part is it has that plot mechanic, so you can wait till you have a creature that's big enough, then cast it. Valus Master, a card that was popular in a lot of Commander players because he used to be one of the partner cards. Does something entirely different. He does do damage, but he only cares for when a outlaw enters the battlefield. He does 1 damage to target opponent. So if you have a means of keep casting those, assassins, mercenaries, pirates, rogues, warlocks, you just when any of those enters, you just deal 1 damage, which is not bad.
This creature type is every other creature type, including its named.
Yeah. Bonevine Intervention, nice.
Oh, this can you be used as a commander?
Yeah, this is a legendary creature. Again, with instead of divine intervention, it's a bonevine intervention. So you destroy a creature or artifact, but you create an ox instead. So you blow up the things and become a cow. It's pretty decent. I do like the idea that this card actually might get played in Commander because there's a card similar to this called Generous Grift. It destroys any permanent. This one destroys artifacts or creatures for 2 mana, instant speed, and they get a cow instead. It's pretty decent. Servant of the Stinger. That's pretty cool. I like the very dress color. I really like, of course, the green and purple. Probably because I was born in the 90s, so that was kind of shoved in my face a lot. These bright neon colors. It reminds me of the skating rink floor with the black light.
Yeah, the black lights and little designs. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
So whenever since combat damage to player, if you committed a crime, which is really easy in this, you may sacrifice it. If you do, search the library for a card and put it in your hand and shuffle. So it's not bad. The fact that it's a 1/3 death touch, so people don't really want to block it. But if you hit them, there's the added benefit of you get almost like demonic tutor, which is pretty neat.
Oh yeah, that's one of the best cards in the game.
Yeah,
right?
so this one's not actually that bad of a card.
Oh, went to the left though. See?
Yeah. I mean, there's some cards.
Shame.
The thing that's hard to say sometimes with these new cards, like how they will sit in what format.
No, you're right. Because there'll be a card that's $1, right? And then someone will win a championship with 4 of them, and then all of a sudden it's $40, right? That's the thing. Yeah.
Like when we opened the Murders Karloff Manor, the Vein Ripper that was we got lucky and pulled 2 of those. That card was on initial release. It's an okay card, but then there was a Pioneer winning deck with it. And that card went up from that few dollar card up to that $20 value. But at release, people were like, that's okay. This one's an interesting thing. It's a snake horse.
How do you have a snake horse? They don't have legs. They shouldn't have legs. It has legs.
It has a tail, too. Yeah, that's interesting. Whenever it attacks, reveal top card of your library. You put it into your hand. You lose life equal to its mana value. It's very similar to all of it, but if it is in saddle. Otherwise, each opponent loses life instead. So that's pretty cool. So the fact that whenever it attacks, there's a card known as Dark Confidant. People call him Bob. So it's
Bob?
There's the whole story, but yeah, it's fun. This card is pretty interesting. The fact that you could essentially, in limited, as long as you don't have a crazy big hand or a crazy cost of deck, you could essentially attack with this and get cards in your hand. It's, the good part it puts in your hand so you're not drawing, so things like care for drawing. Skullcrack's also another good card, especially in the talking about that burn thing, the Skewer the Critic. This one's just 2 mana, does 3 damage to player or planeswalker.
Oh, 2 for 3. Yeah, that's really good. Yeah, that's value. That's value.
But the added benefit is players can't gain life this turn. So if they have a means of getting life, like, oh.
Well, you played the last card of your turn, right? That's the...
Spinewood Armadillo. Just read. So you can discard this card. So the good part, there's a lot of cards that you can discard out of your hand and do additional benefit. So this one is pay 1 and a green, discard from your hand, search your library for a basic land or desert, reveal it, put it in your hand. Utility. And then you gain 3 life.
Utility.
So there's a lot of added benefit with this card. And then we get another.
You just get to like discard it like just for free?
For 2 mana, so 1 and a green. So the good part, you can do it at any, because there's no speed restrictions on it. So if you're like, you can constantly leave stuff. And then that's that. And that's your last play booster. When we go on to the next product.
Yeah, so what do you think of the set so far?
I think it's fun. I think it has a good tongue-in-cheek humor with like the bovine intervention. Unfortunately, I don't. So might be a chance you might see it, but it's a card that's very popular when they spoiled it on the stream a few weeks ago. I just might want to see it in person. I know some people just want to collect all of them just because the naming convention on the card. It's not that great of a card.
Yeah, the aesthetic.
Yeah, so now we have the.
Now we have the big boys,
yeah,
the big collector boosters.
So all that stuff, if you saw, there was a good spread of like everything in those, and you could definitely make a fun sealed or draft deck out of those packs. So the fact that there's so many different mechanics in the set that luckily are not too different from each other, so you can't like, you're not gonna be like you're venturing off to an overly unique mechanic. Where like in Ravnica, that's very common because there's the 10 different guilds, and each guild has to have their own like unique mechanic. So
now we're getting into like the more unique cards that will be probably better in Standard and Commander, right?
Yeah, there's actually gonna be just straight up Commander cards in this set too.
Now, how many collector boosters did Casey get this time? Did you guys get this time?
We got a decent bit of them, but we're opening a decent bit. So on top of this, having these 12 packs here, we also have another.
We have another collector
additional collector booster
because they got 50 junctions, but Wizards only sent them 2 Fallout ones.
Yeah, yeah. There's a difference between their premium sets and the.
This is true. Yeah. They're what do they call them? The Universe Beyond, right? So
yeah.
It's a little bit more complicated.
And plus, people believe there was some things with Bethesda that could have been. It's its own ordeal.
Greed, man. It's a thing on both sides.
Let's see.
All right. Is this going to be Japanese style or?
I think so. So, I guess we'll just flip cards over. So, Gin of Fool's Fall. Okay, it's pretty standard. And because you're gonna see a lot of these.
Sorry, I want to kind of try to get something in that corner. There.
Oh yeah.
There we go.
There
Look
you
at that. Look how professional that looks. Aren't we professional? Ooh, okay,
It's
cool.
a sheet mount. Okay, this could be kind of your standard like cards we've already seen through. I'm just flipping over backwards. Maybe we've actually pulled this one out the main set foil. So that's pretty cool.
So if you're watching, the collector boosters are just very like every card's a foil.
Yeah.
Right? They're super. It's super nice.
It's like 80% foil. Like you could pull extended arts. Like the cards you can't pull foil, you pull non-foil. Are you still unique to the packs because they're like an extended art, which you can only pull the collector boosters.
They call like search foil, right? Is that what they call those?
Well, they do a whole bunch of different foiling techniques. I think they might have done textured foils in this set. So these cards are pretty standard. Failed Forden. Return target permanent to its owner hand. It looks if you control deserts if I want. Not bad. Non-land permanent. So.
Oh, look at that over here to the left.
That was the dragon card, the dinosaur making card again.
Oh, yeah, we saw that card. Yeah, create dinosaurs.
Yeah.
A lot of like it's a cool card, but there are a lot of prerequisites.
Yeah.
If it was just whenever you attack, but you have to have a 4-power creature. So.
And there's battlefield, such as for basic land or desert. You're going to see a lot more of these desert cards that care for desert. And this card gets +1/+1 for each desert control. So, and again, that sealed or limited format is going to have more of that explosion and power.
I do want to play the game of did you lose money on the pack?
Okay, yeah, well, we'll see. Likely we got to go through the comms and commons first before you get to the rares, which some of these cards are.
Oh, I keep seeing them being passed to the left.
All right, so here's again, this is the mountain. It's a floating
Ooh, wow.
rocks and like a.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, that was
Yeah.
a little easier to see. Yeah.
Yeah, the good part of the foil, luckily the right angles, you can see it better. It's still something people are really looking for. All right, so this will be our first rare or first guest card. Fling. It's been reprinted like 30 times, but it's a fun card. I think in particular, the person might be throwing his own head because the person's like erupting flame.
Oh, yeah, I see. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so this card's Fling is been reprinted a lot, but it's pretty standard. So you just sacrifice a creature and deal its power to target creature or target. Okay, this is what the foils look like. That's pretty cool. Like the trimming on that. Destroy target blocked creature. Again, nothing super crazy.
Yeah, that's a beautiful card.
Yeah.
Aw, to the left. This is why I'm not in charge of valuing cards at a glance.
Yeah. This card I think is pretty neat. So this is a 4 mana 6/5. Usually you think there's some downside to it. If anything, it has more additional benefits. If you control a desert, it has flash. So you can flash out a 6/5
As a blocker, right?
as a blocker. It also has trample. Also amazing.
Flash attack. Oh, no, it has summoning sickness, so you can't flash
Yeah,
attack.
but you can flash on your opponent's turn, block something in your turn, then you're swinging a 6/5 trample if it didn't die. Realistic probably didn't die on turn 4. And then it has the additional benefit. On top of all that, it has pay 1 in the green, exile from your graveyard, search your deck for a live desert, put it in the battlefield. So even when it dies, it has the benefit of being it's just a lot of good abilities. This card,
value. We talk about the value
Yeah.
of something, right? It can flash, it can trample, it has value.
Yeah. This one's an interesting card.
Oh, extended art, right?
Yeah, the extended art. So this is like one of the cards you don't find foil because it's extended art. Usually, other thing too as well is extended art cards. They remove the not flavored text. They remove the reminder text. So if this card said what is hexproof, it wouldn't say what it is. And this one is as long as you haven't cast a spell this turn, as hexproof. Kind of contradicts itself when you play it because flashing it is casting it. So, but it has some cool things where after the turn you can block with it or do whatever you want with it. You could then use it for something else. All right, so this will be our first commander card. Extended art 2. Jesus, a lot going on with this. Or another non-token creature interested in battlefield. You create
Is that a
mercenary.
Yu-Gi-Oh card or a Magic card? Is it
There's
a
a lot.
paragraph?
I know. Yeah. Well, so it's flying and vigilance. The 4/4. And then whenever it or another non-token creature enters battlefield, you create a 1/1 token. And then it has the ability to tap target creature you control gets +1 to end turn. Activate on sorcery. And then whenever it attacks, if it has 6 or more power, draw a card. So it's pretty decent. Fortunately, the 5 mana for a 4/4, and then you want the benefit of having
It's still into the right.
Yeah. Commander cards are so neat. Force of Vigor, amazing card, plays a lot in Modern, and also some Commander decks too. The fact as long as it's not your turn, you get exile a green card from your hand to cast this instead of paying the 4 mana.
Ooh.
You destroy a target artifact or enchantment, up to 2 of them. So,
2. Okay,
yeah.
up to 2.
So
wow.
essentially, you could get rid of, let's say, late in game, you're like, oh, I have my Birds of Paradise. I'm going to exile it. I'm going to cast this for free. So you be tapped out. This card's a heavily played card. And then the last card from the set is Territorial Forge. Again, it has that additional set symbol. When it enters the battlefield, if you cast it, exile target artifact in your land. It's all activated of that card. So if you exile, let's say, the good part is this is any land. So you exile your opponent's land. Let's say they have like a
like a special land,
like a Gaia's Cradle or something like that. Like, oh, cool, exile it. No, this is my Gaia's Cradle.
Jesus. Okay.
Yeah, and of course we've got a treasure and a bat token.
Ooh, okay, treasure.
Yeah.
So how many rares come in the
Let's see.
junction, right?
So
I feel like you pulled like 3 or 4.
What we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think 6. Not bad. Especially because these cards could be uncommon. So technically, with the ride down card, it could have been another rare or mythic. So you can pull up to 7, apparently.
So 7. I know it's an RNG game. It's a slot machine. So
Yeah. So first card's going to be fake your own death. Looks like it's Tinybones. Until end of turn, when this creature gets +2/+2, whenever this creature dies, return to the battlefield, under zone's control, and you create a treasure token. Not bad. There's a lot of cards that kind of do the similarity. In Modern, it's referred to as scam. Scam decks use that a lot. When a creature would die, you get the additional benefit of having to come back and play. And of course, if it has the good enter the battlefield effect, you get some more additional benefits. Upkeep. If you have a cast spell from your hand this turn, get a flying counter on it. Oh, cool. They haven't done the flying counters or trample counters for a minute, so that was introduced in.
Does that make them have flying, basically?
Yeah, it's kind of like a 1/1 counter on the creature.
Okay.
A counter that says flying.
Oh, that's very steampunky too. The art, yeah.
I pulled the canyon again. We pulled it earlier. The foil again, so that's pretty neat. Nothing crazy. Reckless Lackey. It's a 1-mana first strike haste 2/1, a 1/2, not bad. So just that stat block alone is pretty decent. Also has that first strike, so you can make it stronger. Has even more benefits. Might get some standard play.
Yeah, 1/1 red. Yeah.
Yeah. Slick Sequence. So 2 mana deals 2 damage to any target. If you cast another spell this turn, draw a card. Not bad per se, because the fact that if you're doing like a burn deck, you could do essentially lightning bolt the person. You play this card for 1 in a blue and a red, deal 2 more damage, and then draw a card, which is
it replenishes itself value.
Yeah.
We talked about value.
Yeah. So that card could get potential play in the future. Apparently, this thing is not part of the card because this is a human scout. So it's referred to as like a mana dork. Task for green, or a task for 2 of any one color. This only casts mounts or vehicles. So it has the benefit that it could help cast, like even make a mount deck or a vehicle deck. Magebane Lizard. Okay, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, it deals damage to that player equal to the number of non-creature spells they cast this turn. That's very good. So it's whenever a player casts a non-creature spell. So you include yourself, but if you know your opponents will be casting a lot of non-creature spells, so do like a decent sideboard card, because it hurts them each time they cast a card that's not a creature. So if they're doing like a lot of do this draw card, play this draw
Right, so
card.
they have a lot of blue spells.
So it's like the
sorceries
first time they
and
do
instants,
it, it's like take 1, they'll take 2, then 3. So it starts stacking up damage, and it keeps like accumulative. We got the cactus forest then. Oh, this definitely pops up the forest and the foil.
Oh yeah, nice search foil tree.
Yeah. This will be our first guest card, I think it is. So Speed Turn No More. We already seen this card, pretty playable. It's your standard exile card underneath it.
Yeah, we pulled one of those already.
Savage Smashing. Okay. Unfortunately, this is an uncommon, but I like the art and the foiling on it. Looks pretty good. And then it's going to be okay. It's a unicorn. Unicorn's been green-white for a while. There's a card called Emery the Blessed, I think.
Except that someone made a unicorn deck.
Yeah, I had one at one point.
Yeah, you used to, yeah.
Yeah, it pops off if you have like it cares for a lot of 1/1 counters on it, and this one doesn't particularly care for the 1/1 counters as much as a lot of the unicorns do. But whenever this is attacks and it's saddled, you create a 3/3 angel with it. So it makes angels, which is unique. Also has the benefit of being green-white. Also cares for tokens with a populate mechanic, so you can always make more angels for it. That part's pretty decent, I think. Also two lifelink first strike for 2 mana. It's not bad. Next one's Breaches. So this is a card from the set. This is the wanted version of the card.
Alternate art, you'd say, right?
Yeah, it's unique, but nothing like. Unfortunately, the ones you're looking for are gonna be like Tinybones, Zelko, and stuff like that. So Breaches. Whenever you cast a second spell each turn, you may sacrifice an artifact. If you do, flip a coin. If you win the coin, copy the spell. you may choose a new target.
Hell yeah, RNG to the max.
Yeah. When you lose it, though, it deals damage equal to. So you can either way. You win it, you copy it. If you lose it, you deal damage to it. So either way, you're going to get a benefit from it. But it just could be 50. Yeah, RNG to what
That's
benefits
you
get.
That's on theme, right?
Yeah.
Gambling, you gambling man. Yeah.
So this is one of the commander cards. So just play tap. You can tap for it.
And when you say commander card, what does that mean?
So this is set symbol. So if you, I'm just sure you really see it. It's a really small
set of commander. Is that what
yeah.
it's called? Okay.
Yeah. So there's I think 4 sets in this. There's the main set, which has the hat symbol, and then there's this symbol, and then which is technically that's a hat with the commander shield, and then there's this symbol, which is the little gel, and then there's the additional one, which is gonna be, let's see if we can find it. We should have one in here somewhere. This symbol that looks like a vault. The vault and the hat are standard. The gel cell, that's a reprint card with the guest art, and then the commander symbol. There's a lot of just different. They try to make everything essentially pullable in one product, except for the commander cards. But yeah, I didn't actually read the card what it does. So interplay tap, add mana of any color of a land you control can reduce. So this card can do similar effects, but has additional benefit to pay 3 to in turn becomes an XX plant creature where X is the greatest mana value amongst commanders. So if your opponent has like a high command cost commander, you can pay 3 and it becomes an XX equal to that. The mana value? Yeah, the mana value of the card. It's unique.
I mean, I feel like these cards have gotten a little text heavy.
Yeah, some of it's clauses, like that one interplay tap, so you can't immediately play it, have it become a creature. So this one, again, we pulled before, it's pretty solid. And then, like Sinner Foil. Whenever you commit a crime, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may put a land from them to the battlefield tapped, and put the rest of the bottom in random order. It's only triggers once each turn. That's, again, a lot of the cards, why they're so text heavy, is because, like, again, this says the last part is the ability to trigger just once per turn. That's pretty solid. Nothing crazy yet. Hopefully, you start seeing more. Maybe start seeing more of the same commons.
Wait, did you make money on that pack? Or I think it's too early to know, right? Because the value of these cards are so new, you don't really have it out in the market
so
yet.
I mean, there's some that are kind of obvious, like Terror of the Peaks. If you happen to get that one, that one's be
the reprint ones that you know are valuable. Yeah.
So look, we've seen this card, just a bear.
Just a bear. Yeah. Just a hot foil bear.
This one I said is pretty solid. It just taps for any other color. But we pulled this one a little earlier.
The desert. Yep.
Yeah. Thrown from the saddle. Target gets +1/+1 until in turn. You put a 1 counter on it instead. If it's a mount, then it deals damage equal to its. So it's a fight mechanic if it's a mount. So it's not bad. Definitely fits that one specific archetype though. So this one is just when it enters the battlefield, put a 1 counter on another creature control. Pretty simple, straightforward. Nothing super crazy. Let's see, Slickshot Lockpicker. Okay. When there's battlefield, target enters a sorcery card in the graveyard gains flashback. Flashback you cast from the graveyard. Also has plot too, so you can save it in the future. It's pretty neat, nothing overly crazy. And Rakish Crew. Well, there's like the lineup of all the characters. So you got Tinybones, Kellen, Oko, Vraska, Rakdos, kind of off on the side over here. When there's battlefield, you create a mercenary. And then whenever an outlaw you control dies, each opponent loses life, you gain life. Pretty straightforward. Cool art. We've already seen this one before. This one, essentially makes your opponent discard card, but the foil looks really pops on it. Here's a plains, clouds. To make a.
Oh yeah! Wow, gorgeous. I see it. Yeah, that's a little more clear to see. I think it's a little more.
I think the mountain, unfortunately, because it's like that red on top of red, like kind of gets swallowed by like surrounding thing. Essence captured, pretty typical spell, counter target creature spell, put them on one counter creature you control. Again, nothing crazy, but there is a, hopefully you can pull the other 2 mana counter spell on this. Oh, Fighting Off Skewer the Critics, foil. This one, Fighting Off, was one we pulled out, the play booster already foil. Pretty standard. Again, good card in burn decks. Okay, so we got Grand Abolisher, great card. During your turn, your opponents can't cast spells or activate abilities or artifacts, creature, or enchantments. So it kind of makes blue players hate this card a lot because they just can't do stuff on your turn, which blue players want to do stuff on your turn.
So they just it protects you, so they have to take out the creature.
So,
but the creature's not protected, right? It doesn't have ward or anything like that.
But likely there's stuff, and it's also human cleric, good creature types. That one's pretty solid. That one's a reprint card that's pretty played. Now we got Tinybones. This is the wanted version of them. This one we said earlier.
That's the one you wanted, right?
Yeah, the art is cool. This one's pretty solid. I think there's a borderless version one you can pull with the collector boosters. It's pretty solid. Yeah, again, this card's, I think it's we have to see kind of where it goes in the meta, essentially. This is the commander card. There's battlefield, exile, target spell, and opponent controls. So it has a flash, so 5 mana, kind of exile a card that's on stack, and then whenever it attacks, if a card exiles away. So the cool part, you could, if they're like, I'm gonna play this card that's I don't know, like search, like if somebody types like Demonic Tutor in their deck, like, oh, I'm gonna pay 5, flashes out, I'm gonna exile Demonic Tutor. Whenever this attacks, I get to cast Demonic Tutor for free.
Dude,
it's pretty solid if you have the right cards. It could
value,
be
value again. It's a lot of value.
Banshee Verse, pretty cool. Exile target monocolored permanent. It's like an okay card. Definitely gets played in certain formats. And then for the last card, it's going to be Vladimir New Blood. Whenever you commit a crime, put a 1 counter on him. Only triggers once per turn. As long as he has 4/1 with counters on him, it has menace. I think it just has good value because, again, committing a crime is very easy in Magic, apparently. And then
and attacking a permanent is a crime, right? That's one crime.
Yeah,
basically.
like so if you destroy a creature, you target them with like a burn spell or anything like that. Anything that targets them, their field or the graveyard, is committing a crime.
Oh, nice. So it's like it's like one of those things. It's not just useful in this set. It's useful across the board.
Yeah, it's like the most blanket like mechanic you could think of. It's like,
it did go to the right pile. So
yeah. Again, that card. Currently, there's a decent vampire deck in meta right now, so who knows? All right, let's see what these commons. Okay, luckily some of these commons we've already seen plenty of already, so nothing super exciting. I'm pretty sure most people want to see the rares anyways. Plus, just have a hole in their box too. Again, all these things that make these 1/1 mercenary tokens that essentially they have the ability to tap, pump one creature, make it a little stronger. You got a rat warlock.
Oh yeah, I mean, I used to play back in the day the elf decks and the squirrel decks and all those stupid token decks that were just broken.
Yeah, so this one also makes another token, but apparently it's a rat warlock for all the rat folks out there.
Hey, yeah.
And he just makes a 1/1 red mercenary.
Why red?
Because I think that's all the mercenary tokens. Because they usually choose like a blanket color for a creature token, and the creature token for the mercenaries is red apparently. Got one of the pain lands, the one that interplay tap deals 1 damage to your opponent.
Reverse shock, yeah.
Which, Canyon crabs, apparently have crabs in the canyon. It pay 2 to give its +2 power with -2 toughness. So at the end step, if you haven't cast a spell from your hand this turn, draw a card, then discard a card. Okay, it has like a loot on it. It's not bad. The fact that it's a 2 mana 0/5 that you can essentially pay 4 mana to make a 4/1. Not the worst.
Oh, it's actually a crab too.
Yeah.
Wow, okay.
Whenever this ends battlefield, if a creature died this turn, create a 2/2 zombie. That's not bad. But it also has a plot mechanic, so you can plot the card up ahead so you know a creature's going to die this turn. Like you're going to swing in or sacrifice a creature. Vile Smasher again. We've seen this one. Who cares for Outlaws? Just shoots everybody for 1. Or it shoots a player for 1. This should be the lane, I think. Oh, cool. Well, definitely put a hard shadow on this card.
Oh, dude, that's rad. I'm making a small pile that I asked Casey if I can buy it. It's mostly just lands. Lands.
Yeah, we probably don't overly care too much.
Oh, yeah, that's gorgeous. Yeah, it's all the cave stuff.
Yeah, Buried in the Garden.
Oh, that's cool.
Pretty. Again, they have to choose some cards that are not as sought after. The big card that you're looking for in this format is going to be Mana Drain. It's really.
That's a reprinted card, isn't it?
Yeah, so we're going to hopefully, if we get lucky, hopefully.
I haven't played since 10th, but I remember these cards coming up in conversations and a lot.
Or we can pull the Sims that card twice.
So, yeah. Oh wait, you got it twice?
Yeah, back to back. That's a very common thing. And I think there's like 40 cards.
Oh man, and it's a left card too. That's
Yeah.
even worse.
Okay.
Bird in the garden.
Oh, cool. These ones are, everybody's kind of excited because it's been a while. These are like...
It's been a while.
Yeah, but these are referred to as fast lands. They interplay untap if you have control 2 or fewer lands. So these are really good, especially in burn decks, like a modern. Red White Burn is really popular. The fact that if your first, second land, it just play untapped, which is tasked red and white. Really good card, especially full. There's also a boardless version you can pull these where they did their first panoramic card. So there's one where it's just a full train and it should all connect and it makes a...
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, so they did it for all the fast lands.
It's like the old school X-Men trading cards where they had like the big page panels of all of them in the Danger Room or whatever.
Well, this card's pretty solid too. This is a Hydra, so you pay X into it. It gets into that when you roll encounters on it. It also has Vigilance, Trample, and Haste. Not bad. Then whenever it dies, you create a number of tapped treasure tokens equal to its power. So it becomes a big creature, somebody kills it, then you get that many treasure tokens. And of course we have things that double tokens or counters, even more so. You pay 5 into it, dies, tokens enter or doubled, you make 10. There's a lot of cool things in it. The fact that it's a standard card too. It also has the benefit of being a Vigilance, Trample, Haste on top of it. You kind of choose how big it wants to be. Yeah, don't forget. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm noticing everything that's a rare or better. You're like, this is a good card.
Yeah.
Right. Anything that's uncommon or lower, no.
So return up to 3 land cards from your graveyard to the battlefield. Create that many 4/2 green plant warrior creatures. Plus has flashback for 8 mana. It's not bad. It's a commander card for sure. That cares for, like you do like board wipes and stuff like that, or like Armageddon and stuff like that, destroying all your lands. And like, okay, I'll return some of the lands back. Overwhelming Force, it's not a bad card. Destroy a creature, chosen creature character target opponent controls. Draw a card for each creature destroyed this way. It's high cost, it's 8 mana.
Jeez.
But if you have a large field, you can like blow up their whole field, and specifically their field, and you draw a card. You have to be kind of careful, especially in Commander, because you could just draw your whole deck. Like, oh, you have 300 creatures? I only have 48 cards left in my deck. Pretty cool, though. I don't know. You got to talk about these cards.
Oh, nice. Either or.
Either or. Crime Punishment's actually a pretty playable card. Also on the punishment side, you destroy each artifact or creature and enchantment with mana value X. So essentially like a token deck, you get paid 0 into it and just pay black and green. Destroy all the tokens essentially. It's pretty solid in that sense. Then it also has a benefit late game. Choose target creature or enchantment card from your opponent's graveyard to put under your control. So it has the benefit of doing like some board wiping, and then in late game, if you draw it, you can do the crime part of it. Both sides are very playable.
And bird.
And bird and mercenary. That's what the mercenaries look like.
There you go.
Unfortunately, too shiny. But it has a tap. Activate only sorcery. Target creature gets +1.
Well, howdy, Pilgrim. Yeah. There's no Pilgrim cards. Where are the Pilgrim cards?
There's one.
There should be all Pilgrim decks all the time.
There's one person I think that's supposed to be kind of Native American-like.
All right, I'll be right back. You keep doing this.
No
I gotta make a call.
Yeah, no problem. Let's see what other cards we got in this set. Of course, now we're going to see a lot more of the same commons and commons. Fortunately, they did this way because these are apparently Japanese main packs, so they put in the rares up front. But yeah, these things are going to be just a lot of good playable sealed and draft cards. Hopefully, we can start seeing like more unique rares, and also the guest cards. Hopefully, you can find more of the sought after ones. Like we did see Crime and Punishment, which is a pretty good one. Of course, everybody's looking for that mana drain. And of course, we're hoping to see in these packs a boreless card. Hopefully, maybe Oko, Thief of Crowns, in the 1 and 2 formats it's legal in. That's definitely still playable. Bandit's Hall. Whenever you commit a crime, put a loot counter on this. This ability only triggers once a turn. It says a lot of things where you can essentially draw some cards late game.
I'm seeing a lot of cards to the left here.
Yeah.
Not since you pulled the other one.
Yeah, because there's a lot of commons and commons primarily.
That still means they can be good, right, in standard.
Yeah.
But like I guess in Commander you really don't want to have commons in your deck, right? Because you only have one.
Yeah, there's also this is the island.
Oh, rad. Wait, that one doesn't have. Okay, no, it's just. Okay, it's
That's the water drop.
that one's clever. Like some of them are like really like just like whatever, and then some of them are super clever.
All right, so this is gonna be our first guest card here. Humiliate, not a bad card.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of doubles, triples, quadruples already.
Couplets. Back for more again. Fortunately, kind of striking out on the guest cards. I mean, outside Crime and Punishment, that was also the last card.
Are there serialized cards in this set too?
I don't believe so. Not this one. I think this one they did was like the textured foils. I think are the big ones.
No, is that what they call the surge foil too, or no? The surge foil is different.
They just each set has to introduce like a new type of foiling, or
so
weird. There's surge. There's they've done gilded, textured, halo. They can keep on going on. And sometimes combine two of them together. Even this, so much so in the future, like when they make secret layers, they refer to this foil as just traditional foil. So even this is like has its own name to it. That's a salamander. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, target instant or sorcery card in your graveyard gains flashback until end turn. The flashback cost is equal to the mana cost. This gains flashback 0 until end turn instead of. That's cool. So if it's saddled, essentially you pay 3 to saddle it. When you attack and deal combat damage to a player, you can essentially flashback insert a source from a graveyard for free, which is pretty solid. Unfortunately, you have to get on the field, crew it with 3 power. But the good part, if you turn 2 this, turn 3, play a creature with power 3 or greater, you can then saddle it and then get the added benefit.
Yeah, it's another Yu-Gi-Oh card.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like this, it's a lot of stipulation, a lot of setup, a lot of requirements, and that always makes a card. Well, apparently this case good.
Yeah, it's because it's hard to say. This card we pulled too already. This card just.
Oh, the snake horse thing.
Yeah, yeah. Essentially, it has like the benefit of almost being like a. People call it dark confidant, so it's not bad. The fact that you just have to attack with it. Oh, we got. This is one of the commander cards. This could be. I think it's the alternative commander. Other plants, tree folks you control get +2 power.
Oh, damn.
At the beginning of your post-combat main phase, your second main phase, return target creature, target plant, tree folk, or land card from the graveyard to your hand. So it's not bad. It has that kind of graveyard recurrence. I also love the fact that it has I think a butterfly or a flower is it's like a bow tie or like a little ribbon in its hair, or its cactus head. It even has a bandana.
So that can be used as a commander, right?
Yeah, this is one of the alternative commanders for the Naya commander deck.
When can't they be a commander? You'll say so this card can't be a commander.
Realistically, as long as it's a legendary creature, it could be your commander. There is some that are banned from commander, like braids.
It wouldn't be Magic if it wasn't banned.
Yeah. So it's pretty neat. Next one is Void Slam. Void Slam is just a fun card. Essentially, it's a counter spell for green, blue, but you can also counter activated or triggered abilities. So it has additional benefit, especially Simic is very, very playable in Commander. That's the last card. Oh, cool. We actually got one of the... That's cool. We actually got the engine of the so this is the front card. Hopefully we can pull all 5 of them and make the full train.
Make the full crazy train.
Again, all these are very, very playable. All the fast lands, because again, Magic is, in more competitive sense, is usually generally pushed to be the quicker you can play, the better. And especially has the only downside of it. It's like if you draw it late game, you interplay tapped, but it's rather interplay tapped late game than tapped early game. All right, back to comments. So that one, definitely would be a win because, the pack can gain the value out of it.
Yeah, we've opened half of it. That's the first pack. You're like definitely gain value.
Yeah, because again, it being a borderless foil, definitely it's like the highest rarity.
I think after opening our Murders of Karlov collector boosters, I realized that these packs are indeed a slot machine. Like you could come out below, like you're gonna come out below most of the time.
Yeah, I mean realistically, my number one rule, even though like as a person that sells Magic product to people constantly, if you're trying to fetch for that one card, it's probably better to buy the single. I mean, of course, if we don't have it or it's very low print and you get the card, you can make your value out of it. Try for it, but I would say for this set, because luckily it has a very strong theme of that whole Western feel to it.
Yeah, and so, the aesthetic alone, like oh, that card, I have that card in this set, but I want it in the Western set. Well, it's an $80 card. You're like,
so the good part, if you enjoy the set, you should just buy the set. I think the set's just fun. I think even if you just like the puns, if you enjoy the aesthetic of it. Plus, there's the added benefit that this set does have a lot of good cards throughout it. Unfortunately, most of them are going to be your rares, but doesn't mean it's a bad set.
Well, no, it's funny because in the Fallout set, which we'll unbox a little bit later, like they were like, Magic's like, don't worry, we're going to make these cards in feature sets. People are like, yeah, but it's not Fallout.
Yeah.
Like they don't care. They want the Fallout art. They want the Fallout aesthetic.
I think didn't you get like a soul ring of the last
I got a soul ring.
Yeah, like again, you could buy a soul ring for $1.50, or you can get that one.
Or you can get the Surge foil, which is I think $50.
Yeah. Like again, it's not necessary to have that one, but people that love Fallout want that soul.
Exactly. Yeah.
Again, I love the shark card. It's awesome.
Lone Shark, and you got it in hollow.
Yeah. That's cool. The window lights up. I mean.
Oh, not in the good pile.
I mean.
But he's a lone shark.
Personally, for me, I'm probably gonna pick it up through. But as a store, probably, fortunately, doesn't in particular care too much for it. Again, these lands, it's hard to say where these lands are going to fit. Of course, nobody really wants a land that interplay tapped, but it does have the land type of a desert, and also the fact that it can hit your opponent for 1. Especially after looking at that one commander card, like return 3 lands back to the field. If they're all these, okay, I just lightning bolted you for essentially something.
I mean, it's useful, but like, when he comes in tap, you're behind. That's the problem. You end up getting behind.
Luckily, there's a card called Amulet of Vigor. It's really strong in certain formats. That whenever a land that would normally interplay tapped, interplay untapped. So this one enters.
Hey, there's another. Oh, it's a Pegasus. I was like, damn. Does that qualify as a unicorn for you?
No. Fortunately, they made it very distinct that unicorns, Pegasus are Pegasus, and horses are horses.
Okay.
When it's battlefield, return target permanent card with mana cost 3 or less from graveyard to your hand. Then return that card to the battlefield instead if it's mounted. Okay. Oh, but if you control mount. Okay. It's not bad. Kind of high costed, so it's like being the more sought after cards. Shackle Slinger. Nice.
He slings shackles.
Yeah. That's some neat on it. Whenever you cast second spell each turn, again, that's gonna be like it's been a very consistent thing for at least the last 5 years. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, something happens. So you tap a creature, put a stud counter on it. If it would be untapped, then you have to remove the stun counter from it. It's like it keeps saying just tap down. Oh wow. Myriad Herd Whisper. As long as you control a mount or vehicle, creatures you control have hexproof. Not bad. Whenever a mount or vehicle you control attacks, but it won't counter it. So this one, again, this could be your commander, because it's a legendary creature. And if you're building, let's say, like a budget crew or saddle deck, this would be a pretty decent leader for it. Unfortunately, it's restricted to green and white, so you probably want more colors for it, but you can put this in a deck that cares for a crew. Got another island. Again, I like how the idea is like the mana symbol's hidden in nature. Or
cool, the water one again. Yoink.
Heartless Pillage. Interesting card. Again, Raid was a unique mechanic. That's like the flavor text. And all these cards just have like a lot of punny things, or just kind of like referring to like it is a Western themed era. Murder.
Just murder. That's all it is.
Luckily, murder is a crime.
Destroy target creature. I was gonna say it's gotta be destroy target creature. It has to be that. What is it? 3?
Yeah, it's kind of the best kill spell, but it has no restrictions. Just destroy target creature.
I think like a lot of the black stuff is like 1 black, 2 colorless, right? To get rid of stuff. So
that's cool. A mythic from the set.
Oh, not a good card. I guess
there's there's a lot of cards that can do
that better. Yeah. Cheaper.
This card's an interesting card. When it's battlefield, exile up to 1 creature under this until it leaves. So it's kind of those like cards that you play exiles underneath it. But this has the other benefit of whenever this becomes attached to a creature, so you can equip to a creature, for as long as it remains attached to a creature, this becomes the equipped creature becomes that card. So you can exile your opponent's creature and then pay 2 mana to equip this to that creature, and it seals its identity. So it's a pretty solid card. Blue-white's kind of interesting, mainly because it does both its mechanics. It does the exile underneath something, and also has the benefit of it becoming something very shapeshiftery. This card's it's gonna be interesting to how that plays out. We got the lizard dragon, scorpion dragon rogue guy again. I think he's pretty solid. Definitely need a whole bunch of things to make, but luckily the mercenaries are all red creatures, so if you do a lot of mercenary deck with him, he can eat the mercenaries essentially to put a free big card out to play, which I think is pretty solid because there's sorcery speed and only once a turn. It's kind of a restriction, but I think the cards
plus Scorpion Dragon. You know
yeah,
what I mean? Like, you can't go wrong with Scorpion Dragon.
Lock and load. Draw a card for then draw a card for each other instant sorcery you've cast this turn. Again, with the plot mechanic, that helps a lot. So you can compile a whole bunch of plot cards, and this card also has plot itself. So you can wait till you have like a lot ready. Like, okay, I'm gonna cast this for free. I've cast 4 spells this turn, or instant sorceries. So I'm gonna draw 5 cards. It's pretty solid. Pest this one's okay.
Pest Infestation.
Yeah. I like that explains why there was a pest card in this. This card's pretty solid. I think the fact that you create twice as many. I mean, the fact that you destroy 1 artifact, though, it does cost 3 mana, and you destroy 2, you have to pay 5, 7 to get 3. But each time you do that, if you pay the 7, you get 6 1/1 green pests, black green pests, that when they die, you gain life. It's not bad. And then the last card, it's at foil. Cool, that's the second time we've seen
doubles back to back.
Yeah, and again, there's a decent amount of these cards in there. So kind of lackluster in that part, and the copy token. That's
you still went to the right though. It's good. So
yeah.
It still has some either physical or. I like the treasure though. The treasure is fun.
Yeah. I think my favorite treasure tokens today is from Streets of New Capenna. It's not the brokers. It's the Jund color, but the treasure thing is because they're a lot of like working men, like working people that work like on like high rises and stuff like that. The treasure is just a lunchbox because that's what they value most.
The lunchbox.
Yeah. All right. So starting off with highway robbery. Again, not a bad card. I think the fact that it has plot gives it the additional benefit.
I feel like you and Alex, when someone comes in and complains about car prices, that's highway robbery. No, sir. This is highway robbery.
Spree cards are cool too. Again,
a tumbleweed.
Yeah, it's tumbleweed. Dance of the tumbleweeds. Oh, it's actually multiple tumbleweeds. It's pretty cool. Like the
Okay, now it's time for you to make a tumbleweed deck. It's all coming together.
yeah. I mean,
it's nothing but tumbleweeds all the time.
take a shield. It's pretty, again, pretty standard like white buff spell. Nothing super crazy.
Yeah, just standard commons, but they're shiny.
In Coldbar, you're getting more of the because there's 10 of the deserts. They did all 2 color pairings for all the deserts. So the ones that ping your opponent for 1. Scorching Shot.
Ooh, I like blue black.
Red.
Colors.
This card's actually not that bad. 2 red mana, sorcery speed, kind of slow, but does 5 damage to a creature. Not bad. The fact that I think this is also one of the cards that they're doing for the prize packs that they give for participating in FNM and other Magic sanction events. Well, this guy is cool. Oh, it's Lazav.
Oh, it's limited. Okay, creature, not player.
The art's pretty cool.
I was like 2 for 5. Well, guess what? Guess what's running 4 copies of everyone's burn deck.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
The cool part, all the little eyes in the background are foil. I love when they do very specific foiling on cards, where like smallest things are foiled, not the whole thing looks like it's a
one sheen. Yeah.
I even like the guy with the one missing eye has a
yeah, just like with the Scorching Shot too. Scorching Shot, the same thing. Just the chains are like foiled.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing I think Magic does pretty well is with their foiling is that very specific foiling. Essentially, like all this cards, all this stuff with this ability only triggers once a turn. There's a lot of things when you commit a crime, you put a counter on it. You exile a card from a graveyard. If it's a creature, it goes a copy. It only triggers once per turn. Lazav is the mirror.
Oh my god,
Billy.
these are so long. Wow.
I know. Treasure Dredger. I like the way like the cards sound like that. Treasure Dredger. Just like all of them have like this like rhyme schemes for like no real good reason. This one's not bad. Just pay 1 tap, pay 1 life, create a treasure token. Certain decks care for way more than others. Another planes. I just realized the creatures on the bottom are also foil, like the ox.
That's for my wife. I gotta buy that one for my wife.
This card's okay. It's a fight spell, but it's Simic. I like the art on it. It's like a pterodactyl grabbing a bear, and the bear's grabbing a salmon.
It's the food chain.
Yeah. They actually reprinted food chain in this. Something amazing. And again, another back-to-back card. That's interesting. Like we've been seeing that pretty consistently.
The other one, yeah.
Yeah, that's like the 4th time so far we've had this happen. Oh, cool! It's a join-up card, and I in particular, this is one of the cards I like. So Wiley Becker, her art is awesome. She did a cool cover of Tasha's Cauldron of Everything.
Nice.
Yeah. There's a commander card, or no, it's not commander card. It's the additional set Hostile Investigator. Whenever it's in the battlefield, target opponent discards card. And then when 1 or more players discard 1 or more cards, investigate. It's only triggers once each turn. Again, there's a lot of things where it says trigger once a turn when you cast your second spell. So it's like very restricted how many times you could get that benefit. It's kind of a consistent thing. So it's a 5-mana 2/2 flash. So it has a pretty decent ability when it enters the battlefield. If you cast it, the next instant sorcery you cast this turn has Storm, which is pretty decent. Unfortunately, with their high mana costs, hopefully you cast them for free. If you could find a way to plot her, that'd be really good because you could plot her, play for 0, and then your next instant sorcery has Storm. So if you get the right amount of cards, or your command, you find a way to make your infinite mana, you could do some really neat things.
What's the Twitter for Magic? Is it Wizards Magic?
Yeah, might be Wizards, or it might be...
Yeah, Wizards _ Magic, yeah.
Commandeer, pretty good card. People really like this card, because you may exile 2 blue cards from your hand rather than pay its 7 mana cost. You get control target non-creature spell. So someone's like, I'm gonna do big mana cost card. Oh, I'm gonna take control of it for exiling 2 blue cards. It's pretty good. Last card of this pack. Ooh, Kellen, the kid.
Ooh, cool.
The kid.
That's cool. And there it is. There's finally there's a kid.
There you go. Yeah, that's pretty neat. I think this one's pretty solid. People are kind of I think I was thinking about building it for tiny leaders. Is a fun format. It almost has that surge foiling.
Tiny leaders.
It's a fun thing. But the thing it's for a Bant card. It's a 3/3 flying lifelink. Whenever you cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand, you may cast a permanent with equal or less mana value from your hand without paying its mana cost. If you do, if you don't, you may put a land from your hand. So either way, you're getting a benefit from something. So if you do the plot cards or anything like that, Cascade, there's a whole bunch of other benefits you can get from this, like the card Charlotte's Agent works wonderful in this deck. The fact that you get a Cascade, pay a card, then you can put either a permanent, cast a spell with equal or less mana value, or pay a land and play for free. I think this card just has so much good value.
We already have the value stuff. When you can do multiple things on a card, it's good for every situation.
It's just the fact
multiple situations.
In its body, it's not bad for it and what it does. It has some stabilizing thing. I think this card is very solid. Could definitely get played in some commander decks too. So that's a pretty solid hit out of that one. I think it's would be considered a pretty good one. Almost done with this one box. Let's see if we get a little quicker on the things. Geyser Drake. As long as it's not your turn spells, you cast one more. Interesting.
There are Drake decks, I know that.
Yeah. Desert Dew. -2, to end turn. It's additional one for each desert. That's not bad. So if you happen to build a desert deck, it's pretty much a 2 mana.
Yeah, the problem though, like you need the lands aren't basic though, right? So you can only have. There's probably 4 different types of deserts. So you could have 4 times 4, 16.
Yeah, I mean the good part, there's also some rares and stuff in this set. There's a rare that we didn't pull. That's there it is. Finally, my favorite card in the set. Holy cow!
I thought you were saying that. I didn't know that was the name of the card.
No, this is the card I was surprised we didn't find it until just now. Yeah, it's a holy cow. So it's an Ox Angel. It's a 3 mana 2/2. When it enters, has flash, flying. And then when it enters, you gain 2 life and scry.
Hit enter, clip that. That was funny.
Holy cow!
Holy cow!
And the full one. So it's premium holy cow right here.
It's premium. So if you only have one in your deck, this is the one that will be in your deck for Commander.
It also goes in your Angel deck. You go in your Ox deck. You go in your.
Oh, it's an Angel.
Yeah, it's an Ox Angel. It's holy cow. Yeah, this card I think it's much like I'll just put it over here just because it deserves to be over there.
I was gonna say because it's an Angel deck, and my wife's like, if you got any foil planes or Angels, I want them. I'm like, okay.
Yeah. I mean,
yes, dear.
I should have.
Even though you haven't played the game in decades, but yes, dear.
Yeah. So this one's Mind Raider. Nice.
It raids mines.
Yeah. It's a human rogue trample 3/2 for 3. When it's battlefield, if you control another outlaw, create a charge token.
Sure.
Pretty straightforward.
Sure.
Nothing crazy.
That works for me.
I'm happy that we pulled the holy cow because that's a card I was like, man, we went through so much. We have not seen this card yet. Demonic Ruckus. So has plot, not bad. It's actually not bad your turn when playing like a Sealer Limited, where we to plot it, and then when it is put to your graveyard from the battlefield, you just draw a card. Also has the benefit of giving target creature +1/+1 in menace and trample. It's pretty solid. Also, it's like the most intimidating Rakdos picture in this whole set. Every
it's like
other
a Balrog.
Yeah, well, Rakdos kind of is.
Well, Balrog doesn't have wings.
Yeah.
Technically.
Yeah.
Stupid movies. Ruin everybody's interpretation of the Balrog.
Yeah. I think it's like one line in the book says like he has shadow developed around it like as if they were.
As if it was wings. Yeah, that was the thing.
I think maybe I could try to put it maybe to the technology at the time couldn't really do shadow wings that easily. Maybe that's why I'm just like
maybe, yeah.
Here's another one that's mountains. This one's probably like the visually hardest to see because there's so much red in it and there's so much different parts. Like the mountain symbol is kind of the more complex one because it's a flame. So we get here back from more again. Hopefully we don't see another back-to-back same card.
Oh, here we go. We're gonna get another one. Oh, we didn't. It's different. It's different. but it's not as good as the other one. Forced retribution, no.
Yeah. So the cleave ability is pretty cool. So you can pay for the cleave cost. This was introduced in the last Innistrad set. You can either pay the 2, so the 1 white, destroy a target attacking creature. We can pay the, I think it's 6 mana? Yeah, 500 white, destroy a target creature. It has the flexibility, but it's not the best, unfortunately. One last job. So this one that's free cards. You return target creature from your graveyard for +2, so for 5 mana, return target creature to the battlefield. Or you do the +1, return a mount or vehicle from graveyard to the battlefield. Or the other +1, return equipment or artifact.
And how much is 3 to cost, and then you have to choose, right?
Yeah. Or you do all 3 of them, so if you have, 7 mana available, you return a creature.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
mount.
that's usually the return to creature from graveyard to board is like at least 6.
Yeah, so what was this, the casting speed of it? Is it sorcery? Or
Sorcery, yeah.
So yeah, if it was instant, that'd be a little too good. That card would definitely be a lot more playable.
Oh, wait, and did it go to the left or right?
Oh, sorry, no.
Because it's good, right? It goes to the right?
Yeah. I was showing you. Magda, she was really good in like competitive commander because she cares about dwarves and stuff and dragons.
Oh, you can make a dwarf dragon deck.
Yeah. Well, Thane's also made a lot of treasure tokens. So whenever you commit a create tapped treasure token, this only triggers once per turn. Again, that's very common to see. You can sacrifice 3 treasure tokens, create a 4/4 red scorpion dragon. You only activate the sorcery.
That good old scorpion dragon again.
Yeah. Magna was played a lot, and she's a 2/2 for 2. It's not bad. Embrace the unknown. I like the art on that one. It's like peering into like a storm. Exile top 2 cards of your library until the end of your next turn. You may pay those cards. Not bad. Kind of like a light up the stage that has retrace, so you could discard a land and cast from your graveyard. It's not bad. And then Collective Defiance. Not bad. Again, these modal cards are pretty cool. I think we already pulled this one for the play boosters. And then the frog again. But this one's extended art, so it's the highest rarity. And then there's apparently,
So it's the highest rated, but not the most valuable, right? The most valuable would be the alternate art, right, or the guest art series.
I think this one might be its highest rarity because I don't think they gave it an alternate art. But yeah, there's technically a higher rarity than that.
That's a cool spirit token.
Yeah, it's a good Ghost Rider in the sky. So reach for the sky.
Reach for the sky. How is that not red? What a disappointing thing. Green.
It's whenever it's graveyard, draw card. I think it's mainly because it's based around this character, which we haven't yet to pull.
Character. Oh wow, that's a really. Oh, I guess it's a pun on like it growing, right?
Yeah.
Like okay, I guess I would.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a miss for me.
Yeah.
He should be a guy with a gun,
Ooh,
not.
Yeah, Scarecrow. I haven't seen Scarecrow.
Hey,
before.
nice artifact.
Yeah. Whenever in this battlefield, you gain 2 life. Task for 1 color of any mana. Not bad actually. It's like a.
I think I could take this card out of principle for Fallout. When the Vault Plunderer.
I know, yeah. The worst part was literally the set before it. Prickly Pear. Oh, nice.
Oh, is it something you tap to eat?
It's a 2 pair of cactus people. So whenever
Cacti people?
Yeah. So it just makes another person. It's not bad. It's again kind of the standard thing. Binding negotiation. Okay. Target opponent reveals their hand. You may choose a non-land card from it. If you do, you discard it. Otherwise, you put a face-up exile. Okay, it's not bad. It's a 2 mana discard card. Usually, you only see 1 mana discard cards like Thoughtseize, which is also in the set, has a guest card, and then like Inquisition and Kozilek. Unscrupulous? Oh, okay, we pronounced it right. So another plot card. I think we pulled this one a little earlier. And then, this is what I'm assuming it's like the only actual like Native American reference in this whole set. It's Jim Lightfoot. It kind of has that feel to it. Also has wearing like a little poncho type thing. That's cool because me as a Native American, I think that's cool representation.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised we're not seeing more Native American cards in this set. I've seen a lot of like white cowboys,
Yeah.
but like where are the?
We've also seen scorpion, demon, dragon
demon,
things,
dragon, and cactus
there's
people, and
so. I mean, there's a lot of other species. Force.
oh, this could be a commander too.
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. Let's see if I can collect more of this for us. All right, let's see what the first guest card is. Ride down. Short target creature. Blocked creature. Will blocked. The creature gains trample. Okay. And then Tornado. Destroy each creature with flying. Return creature with flying. Also a cycle. It's not bad. Today's forecast Thorny.
Thorny with the clans of murder.
Yeah. Memory Vessel, okay. Tap, exile Memory Vessel. Each opponent exiles top 7 cards to the library. Until the next turn, players may play those cards, exile this way, and they don't.
Mill for red, interesting.
Yeah, but exiles.
It looks like they come back and do the same thing, right? Like they can use it again.
Yeah. But the good part, I mean, it's 5 mana, but the thing is, you kind of force people to have to cast those cards immediately. 7 cards deep is pretty good. I feel like that card could definitely, potentially see some play.
Tear this. My friend Evan's a big Magic guy, and I told him we were streaming. He said, set aside all Tear of the Peaks.
Oh, Terror of the Peaks. Yeah, that's one of the big cards from the set. It's a reprint. It was like sitting around like a $40 card.
I bet. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. This card actually we're really excited for. Says whenever one or more tokens enter the battlefield under control, for each of them, create a tapped token of it. This ability triggers once a turn, but if you make a token, you can make another token. And then whenever one or more tokens enter your control, each opponent loses life and gain life.
So good commander card,
Yeah,
because you're
that's
dealing with tokens, it's a theme, aesthetic, you can keep coming.
And then, of course, whenever you do it in Commander, it's never like, I make 1. It's like, I make 58. And you're
yeah,
like,
I
okay,
make
cool.
75.
And you're like, okay, everybody lose 75 life. And oh, you guys are dead? Well, okay, I win, I guess.
GG's. It's turn 3. GG's.
I know, yeah, my bad. So, Bounty Board, 3 mana. It's a commander card. So, task for 1 color, 1 mana of any color. Pay 1, tap, and put a bounty counter on target creature. Okay, that's cool, because have been cards that care for bounty before. You know, only activate a sorcery. When a creature with a bounty counter on it dies, each opponent, or each of its controllers' opponents draws a card. Okay, so this card is cool, because there's very few cards that put bounty counters on things, but when they do, they usually care for when that creature dies. It's went back pretty far in Magic's history where they put bounty counters, so and another additional card that can put bounty counters on things. Pretty cool.
I will say, like, this set's a little more interesting. Like the Manor one, there were like the weird detective thing was it's like the Lord of the Rings mechanics where like you're telling a story. Like that's a little complicated, and I don't really care for that. This one seems a lot more straightforward.
This card's actually a really solid card. Imps Mischief. I think it was originally a lore 1 card. So you change the target of target spell with a single target, you lose life equal to the mana cost. But it's a black card that changes targets. Not very common, so the fact alone makes it kind of very playable. Reanimate, that's a really good card too.
Oh yeah, that's a reprinted one, right? I remember playing
really
that
solid.
one.
And it's foil too. Looks pretty cool. And they definitely put the sense of like worry and fear in people's like face a lot in this set. It's like everything's just going awry. That card's really good. Reanimate's always a good card. You can't really go wrong with that. Commander players love it. Legacy players love it too. We don't know what it does. Is you put a creature from a graveyard into play under your control. You just have to how much the card costs.
Yeah, I know there were certain decks when we were playing Standard that like I made specifically to stop resurrection decks that just took cards out of their graveyard.
Graveyard hate is really important in a lot of formats.
Definitely.
Especially if you have certain commander decks that use like Underworld Breach, you need the cards to hit that.
I mean, getting like an 8 cost creature out on turn 4. You know what I mean? Like that's like it's game changing.
Oh yeah, I used to have a legacy deck I used to play with Alex here. Let's go. We keep pulling more of the deserts. I think we almost have all of them so far. I mean, there's 10 of them in total, but.
Oh, that's a beautiful card.
Yeah. Forsaken Miner. can't block
What
whenever
makes him play? He means miners, not miners.
Yeah.
Is it a kid or is it a miner?
He's dead. I don't know.
It's a dead miner.
Yeah, just call him the kid at the end of it. Second minor, the kid. So can't block. Whenever you commit a crime, you may pay it back. If you do, return it back to the field. Okay, just not tap 2. That's cool. So, like, I target this. I'll pay an extra black to return it back. That's not bad. It's a 2/2 for 1 mana. It's a skeleton. And also, surprisingly, I think we talked about it in the last stream. There's more zombie support, but recently they've been adding more skeleton support. So this is a skeleton. Usually, the cards that do this are, there's reassembling skeletons stuff like that, but it's pretty solid. I think this card could get some play if people want to make a tribal or a kindred skeleton deck.
Oh, but the kid goes to the left.
Yeah.
I guess you're looking for like commanders. Over here is the most popular format, so you gotta look at the card by itself, right? Not in copies of 4, So, and it can't block.
Yeah. So
but 1 for 2/2 though.
Oh, it's neat. Again, like there's more skeleton support, which is awesome. Whenever it's battlefield, makes mercenaries. Of course, I think any card that makes a mercenary token just has innately way more text on it because that's explain what the mercenary card does. And whenever you activate the ability that targets another creature or player, copy that ability. So this card helps mercenaries double their effect essentially. So that's pretty.
So if you want to make a mercenary deck,
yeah.
But to the left, really?
Yeah. I mean, it's. I think it's a support card for a deck that you probably want to build. So it's unfortunately nothing super crazy.
But it's legendary.
I know. They've added a lot more. I think what was it in the last like 6 years now? Overall, half of every legendary creature, half of them were made in the last 6 years. So the first 25
Commander
years
took off, right?
Yeah.
They just the fan format took off.
Yeah.
It was a fan format first, right?
Yeah,
Like, it was not an official
constructed
format.
by some commanders, not commanders, some judges.
Oh, that's fun.
And unfortunately, I think one of the people passed away not too long ago. They even made a secret layer paying homage to him.
Ooh, my wife's gonna love you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's our 18th anniversary today.
Oh, happy anniversary.
Thanks.
This card's cool. Again, it's neat. Unfortunately, you're paying the mana, you're getting the value out of it, but unfortunately, it's like okay at best.
There's like no way, like, is there, like, when I played, there was no way to like kind of ramp ahead. Can you do that now? Is there like stuff that makes you play lands out of sequence early, like so you can catch up? I know late game you can, but
there's some cards like I know in this set, the cards you're gonna see a lot in this one. They're gonna be return deserts, put deserts for back into play.
Okay, so like the non-basic lands that come in, the name.
Then there's
lands,
also that
right?
rabbit too if you're behind lands, create the opponent. Okay. Got Vadmir, New Blood. We've got this one earlier. It's in art, pretty solid. Oh, that's actually a pretty solid card.
Dude, awesome art.
Yeah.
Beautiful art.
So as long as this is untapped, creatures can attack you or planeswalkers, so let's pay 1 for each of those creatures. Kind of like a propaganda card. But if it's attacking, creatures can't block unless the controllers pay 1. So it like taxes people for attacking you if it's tapped. And if it's attacking, then for the block they have to pay mana. So it's pretty solid card.
How much is the card, do you think?
Like money-wise?
Is it a reprint?
It is a reprint.
Okay. But
it's like one of those good reprints. At this time, it's extended art, so it's hard to say how much. But it's definitely going to be cheaper than it previously was.
Let me see. It's an angel, right? So I have to get at least.
Yeah. It's a very playable angel too. Oh, this one's pretty funny.
Tower Winder. Oh, it's a snake with spikes.
Yeah. So it's a 2-mana, 1/1 Death Touch Reach, but it has this very unique thing. So whenever it enters the battlefield, search your library and or graveyard for a card called Command Tower. Command Tower has been a very reprinted commander card. Command Tower is a land that enters play, but tasks for 1 color of your commander's identity. So essentially, it's a card that lets you get your Command Tower back.
So here's a question. So Reach says it can block as if it's at flying, right?
Yeah.
So does that mean that it can't, like if something says like it's going to be block a creature with flying, so it can it block? If it says Reword that.
Yeah.
So can a creature with reach block a card that says can only be blocked by creatures with flying?
No. So
Okay.
yeah, reach is you can block creatures with flying. And there's a lot of these weird specific.
Yeah, that's
things.
the thing that I got in a huge argument over in a tournament once.
Yeah.
I was like, but it says as if it had flying.
Yeah.
And he's like, no, but it says flying. But it says as if it has flying.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Fraction Identity is a pretty good card too. Exile target non-land permanent. Each opponent, each player other than the player that controls gets a token of that. So you exile something theirs and you get a token of it. The good part in the pod's like, hey, I'm going to exile this. We're all going to get a token of it. So it kind of shares the wealth to everybody other than the person that card you exiled. But Devil's not a bad card too. It's black, red, but it's a speed destroy target artifact, creature, or planeswalker. It's pretty solid. Oh, the guy's like disintegrating. Okay. It's like, what's like going on here? Yeah, it's not bad. Of course, the mercenary.
Another mercenary. Well, if you want a mercenary deck.
But yeah, the thing is like, this is like any card that makes a mercenary card. Each one of those cards make one of them, so you're probably gonna need like 13 of them. Jailbreak Scheme.
Have we pulled any of the banger cards yet, or not really?
It's been kind of a little lackluster so far. It's a giant beaver. When you
Excuse you, we're on the stream. Oh, the card.
Yeah.
Well, that's a fun card to play. The thing.
Strix, it's battlefield. Tap target permanent. Not bad.
Yeah, come on, they knew what they were doing when they made that. They knew.
Yeah.
They knew.
This card's pretty solid. It's just
Harriers. Oh, it's a Barno.
It just enters, it just taps target permanent.
Ooh.
And then you can pay 2 mana, draw a card, discard a card. Or 3 mana. Not bad. Especially like in Sylvan Draft.
You don't want to see draft cards and collector boosters though. That's rough.
Yeah. I mean, there's some cards like they might care for it.
You pay a premium for the good cards, right?
Yeah. Those cards.
Oh, here's another Volt Buster.
Yeah. This one definitely has that like neon green with a purple background. It's hard again. I think it's pretty solid. It's going to be interesting to see where this pans out because again, if you deal damage to a player,
it's a crime.
Yeah, it's a crime. I mean, if you commit a crime and deal damage to play with it. The Armadillo. Again, this one's pretty solid. The fact that you can discard it to search your deck for a basic land or desert. And then it also gives you 3 life.
Yep, well, there's the classic, the mana for green, right? Tokens and mana. It's all about.
And also, going back to the question about like mana fixing, like getting mana faster. Cards like this that make treasure tokens, because treasure tokens are an artifact you can tap, sacrifice it, make a mana of any color. So that's like another mana ramping essential thing. But this thing could also do that for you. So there's a lot of cards that kind of give you that mana fixing. Oh, there's a swamp again.
Oh, sick.
Put that side over there for you.
Yeah.
Right, so this
beautiful.
Now after land, this is where we start seeing the cards that we could hopefully get some bigger cards in. This should be the guest cards and rares. Hindering Light, it's like an okay card. Counter target spell that targets a permanent you control. Draw a card. It's very situational, but it could be somewhat playable. Very specific.
Yeah, you don't, but like that's the problem with specifics is you want something that has a little bit more utility.
And again, for the 5th time so far, here's the same card but foil.
All right, yay!
So
and it went to the left.
Yeah.
The best ever.
So
it's the best ever.
Yeah, if you control 5 or more untapped lands, when this enters with 2/1 counters and lifelink. That's cool because it has a plot. You can always pay for it later. Very like good bright colors on the card. Oh, that's cool. This card's unique. Again, I think it's hard to say where this card's going to sit. So whenever you commit a crime, exile top card up to 1 target black card from your graveyard and copy it. If you cast the spell, if you do, you lose 2 life. Has some potential like
drawback though.
Yeah, when 2 life in commander is not as bad as some other things, but in standard it might when you have the lower life pool, it's a little more iffy. target heist. When you cast, you may cast target instant sorcery for an opponent's. Oh yeah, this one's pretty solid. People are excited for this card because the cipher mechanic is whenever you you could essentially have this spell being like imprinted onto a creature, and so whenever they deal combat damage, it would trigger this. So you may cast target instant sorcery from an opponent's graveyard while paying its mana cost. If the spell would be cast this way, you exile it instead. But when you cipher it, you can essentially keep casting instant sorceries at your opponent's graveyard. So you can play it, cast it, imprint this onto a card. When that creature hits, then you can do it again. So you put on like let's say like a 1/1 unblockable, or 1/1 can't be blocked, then you get a free cast of an instant sorcery. This card, people are speculated to be kind of
a good in standard and commander, or just commander?
Well, this one is a commander only card because that's that simple.
Oh, so you can have one of it in your deck. Okay.
Yeah, so I think that might be one of the higher ones. High Knives. There's some people that play this card. It's a counter spell, but it's 2 damage. So it's not crazy for. Essentially, it costs the same amount of mana as like a cancel, but it has the added benefit of dealing 2 damage to your opponent.
It's canceled 2 blue and a colorless, right?
Yeah, so you swap out one of the blues for a red. But it's not a bad card by any means. And this is the last card of this pack.
Ooh!
This is interesting. So this is one of the. So outside of borderless, there's also these showcase cards that are only specifically tied to that symbol. So when this enters the battlefield, you scry 2 so the top 2 cards, put them back on top of the deck or on the bottom of the deck in any order. Whenever another artifact with mana value 3 or greater enters the battlefield, you can create a 0/0 construct. And then, okay, because it gets +1/+1 for each artifact you control. So that's not bad. This card actually have a deck I'm running that this could work perfectly in. So the fact is that whenever another artifact enters the battlefield 3 or greater, you just make a 0/0 construct. And the good part, because it is an artifact itself, it's a 1/1. So as long as you keep having things keep entering, you keep getting benefits from it. The things card is pretty solid. I don't know where this is going to sit in value, but this is technically the highest version of it. So that's pretty solid. And then this is the last pack for the first booster box. I got a little dinged up on top. Boneyard Desecrator, okay. Sacrifice creature.
That's not a gnome.
It's a Ixalan gnome.
Okay. It's like, wait a minute.
They're like apparently these artifact creatures that kind of were from an ancient civilization. There's a lot of lore behind this game, and some of it is very contentious to a lot of people. It's like, it feels like sometimes the storyline could be rushed, but sometimes the storyline's pretty unique. We haven't drawn one of the more popular cards from the set. Hopefully we can.
We still got another box, so we got some time. But yeah, we've had a lot of misses on this set so far.
Yeah.
So nothing extraordinary. Good stuff, but nothing like, oh, cool, definitely good pull. Like
I think this is one part. There's so many good cards. I mean, there's been good cards. We got the Reanimate. We got the Archangel Tithe. There's some good spread of cards. We got the borderless land. It just, I guess, when you're looking for specific things, and it's not that thing. It feels a little bit lackluster, but
yeah.
Who knows? I could just take one good card and everything just feels worth it. That's how you get Wizard gets your dopamine's rushing. Hey, sometimes if it feels good, it's worth it. I mean, it always feels good. Like I'm not sure. I mean, technically, like the feeling you got when you opened your soul ring, that you finally got something.
The good feel, the aha moment, the hell yeah moment, yeah.
Yeah, and of course, I think all of us, it's like people that play different card games.
It's a slot machine.
Yeah.
You know, you want to hit the 5 apples every now and again, you know?
Yeah, here's another borderless.
Hell yeah.
All right, first card, Scare the Critics. Pretty good card. Again, nothing crazy.
We almost have a playset of those.
Yeah, we have 2 in full. I think we do have a full playset. Fling full. This card looks pretty cool.
2 of those.
Yeah. Fling is a pretty fun card again. It just the best thing to do is whenever you fling a card is you steal your opponent's creature, then you fling it at them after you hit them with it. Oh, here's Gisa. That's pretty cool. So this was saying about like zombie and skeletons. So she's 5 mana, 4/4, but she has a pretty cool ward. So to target her with any spell or ability, you have to pay 2 mana and also pay 2 life, just to target her. And that's not including if you're doing, like, let's say you're painting her in like a zombie or skeleton deck. You have blue because they counter the spell afterwards. But her thing is skeletons, zombies get +1/+1 for and have menace. Menace means it has to be blocked by 2 or more creatures. +1/+1, so definitely.
So good commander?
Interesting commander. I think she's probably better as a card in your commander deck.
Okay.
Then whenever you commit a crime, create 2 tapped 2/2 blue-black zombie tokens. Only triggers once each turn, which is kind of unfortunate, but likely committing crime.
Definitely a good card for commander, though.
Yeah, you could do it on each of your opponent's turns. So as long as you have something that targets your opponent, let's say that somebody has a card. Whenever they draw more than one card a turn, they mill one. They mill a card, something like that. That would be targeting them with a card from ability, which would trigger this to get tokens. So you could ramp up a whole bunch of tokens very rapidly. So I think she's a pretty solid card.
Yeah, good.
Again,
yeah, I could see how we could start magnifying a lot in a commander deck.
Again, these join ups are pretty cool. It's whenever they enter the field, they do something. So when this one enters, you exile up to a non-land card with mana cost 3 or less from your hand. If you do, it becomes plotted. It means you can cast next turn for free.
That's that artist you like too.
Yeah, Wiley. And then whenever a legendary creature enters the battlefield under your control, you put a 1/1 counter on each creature you control. Again, pretty solid. Thunder Clapdrake. Okay. Instant sorcery you control costs 1 less. It's a 2 mana, 2/1. Fine. Pay 2 blue, sacrifice it. Whenever you cast an instant sorcery this turn, copy it for each time you've cast your commander from the commands in this game. The good part with this is if you run a partner commander, you rack it up really heavily. So that's pretty neat. Cares for having commander cards.
Are we going to get another one of the same? We haven't seen that one yet.
Primal Command is a pretty good card. You choose 2 of them, so 5 mana sorcery, you choose 2. Target player gets 7 life, it's okay. Target player, pick target non-creature permanent from top of its owner's library. Pretty good for green. Target opponent shuffles his or graveyard into their library, or target player. Or search your library for a creature card, reveal it, and put it in your hand. Most people choose the latter one. Maybe the top one too. And last card for this box, real cool. Let's talk about how this card is. People are speculating this card being a pretty good card from the set for Commander. People are trying to build Commander decks just around this card already. And it's the extended art foil, so that's like the highest rarity of it. It's pretty solid. Not like the big end-all card you want to end off on, but it's definitely a pretty solid one. And that's what a Scorpion Dragon looks like apparently.
There we go. Here, you can put this back. I don't want to, I'm not going to spend $11 on a card my wife might not use.
Yeah, I mean, it'll probably drop down in value. Right now, it's also the thing, too, is as of Monday, stores like us and other WPN stores were able to open products to get singles ready. So a lot of people are currently allowed to sell their single products as early as Friday. And so stores, any local stores that host most.
Oh, you can't even sell that to me today. That's right.
Yeah.
You can't even if I wanted it, I couldn't take it.
But yeah, there's a lot of things too. But starting Friday, your local game store should have all the available.
Support your local LGS.
Yeah. Let's do like this.
That's what I'll say to that.
Yeah, these are the last 12 packs, and then Greg has something
Fallout.
special. Yeah.
Fallout stuff. I'm still debating on whether I should grade a pack.
Yeah, I mean, it's
I have
crazy.
a feeling something like that 10 years from now is going to be like $1,000 pack.
Yeah.
You know, like.
Yeah, I mean, limited print sets like that are unique. I know, for example, when the first Double Master set, there was the VIP packs, which were pretty scarce at first, and then of course there was this very contentious thing that said some of the things that you could pull up to 2 boardless rares or mythics in the packs.
Yep.
But they lied and said you could pull a rare and a mythic was the highest thing. So people were, because they were $125 on average for a pack. We were like, I've opened a case of these. I've only pulled the most rare and a mythic. It's like, oh, sorry. So they did this thing where if you still kept your package, you cut the barcode out of it. You were able to mail it back to Wizards, and I think they refunded you something or gave you an additional pack. It was a very interesting thing, but that pack was it was the big boom of these very high impacts like the Fallout packs and these high-end collector boosters.
Yeah, but it's even worse the farther you go back, because like I know like Pokemon First Edition boosters could sell for more, but you can weigh them. So people, if you're selling a single booster on eBay, you know there's nothing to value in that because they weighed it.
Oh yeah.
You know, so you can't. Yeah, you have to buy it in a big box. The only way you can tell. There was actually someone selling a drug scale on in Lake County Facebook Marketplace.
Oh yeah,
which is what you need if you're weighing packs.
Oh,
you shouldn't do that.
Oh
it's, it's frowned upon, but
and the worst part, because there's like, even with the Pokemon, because Pokemon's a popularity contest, you might get a foil with like a foil. I don't say no shade of Beedrill, but a foil Beedrill is not worth as much as a foil, you know, Charizard,
Pikachu, or whatever.
So even with that, it's still like the whole talk about the lottery, the slot machine. Even in that, it's like, oh, you're guaranteed to, on your every 50th hit, you're guaranteed to hit a jackpot. But it could be a minor, major, grand, whatever. So even with a foil pack, you're not even guaranteed to be the best thing. Oh, cool. Again, we're getting more of these. There is oases. It's just to have giant cactuses with waterfalls in them. Baron, Bedroom, and Greywater. That sounds like someone that would live in like a western area.
That looks like a Fallout card.
I know. Greywater sounds very fitting for that.
It does.
Whenever one of our tokens in the battlefield under control, create a 1/1 black vampire token. Likely that way only triggers once. So sacrifice another creature artifact drop, and that's not bad.
That's cool. It's interesting. Got interesting capabilities. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the card's pretty solid. I think.
Oh, to the left though.
I know.
Oh,
I think the problems with these cards. Honest Rutz and Hunstein. Even Warlock, whenever in battlefield, return target creature from graveyard to your hand. This creature spells cost one less to cast. It's not a bad card. It's only interesting that it's a green black card. They could probably return cards from a graveyard. It's unique how this card might work. It's not a bad card by any means, but I think it's solid, I think. Lasted by law. When you're just battlefield, exile target permanent underneath this. They have a lot of these, people refer to these as Oblivion Rings, or O-Rings for short. So there's a lot of O-Ring cards. Enchantments, interfield, exile creature, and then it's exiled, and they have like additional causes. There's a mountain for the pile of flarts. Savage Smash, of course, we've seen this card before. It's not a bad card. It's a pretty fun card, especially if you're doing like a fight deck. So we get a foil version of it. No,
the doubles again.
No, luckily, I like the foil analysts with like the yellow around the books. Kind of makes it pop out.
Oh yeah.
Pretty solid. All right. 3 steps ahead. This card's pretty cool because it's one of those spree cards you get paid different values. So essentially, the worst case scenario is the same amount of mana for a counter spell, but it also has 3 in a blue. Create a token copy that's a target of artifact or creature control. So you can do some really cool things with it. And the other one is draw 2, discard 2. The best way I could like equate this unique card would be Cryptic Command, where it has nobody really wants to pay 4 mana for a counter spell, but you could and have additional benefits. This has the base cost could be just a counter spell, exactly the same as much as a counter spell with the card cancel, which is like your standard counter spell, with additional benefits. So I think this card's fairly solid as it is. Duelist of Mind. This one's a unique card. So this is actually one of the world champions for Magic, and of course, some notable world champion cards would be Dark Confidant, Snapcaster Mage.
I've heard of these cards.
Yeah, Fairy Mine Artisan, or Mastermind Fairy, I forget. It's one of the more recent ones. So, find enough, most of them blue cards, because blue is very strong in Magic. So this one's pretty solid. So it's a 2 mana star 3. So worst case 2 mana 0/3. Not the greatest, but it has flying and vigilance. But the cool part about this card, this power is equal to the number of cards you've drawn this turn. So on your turn, it's going to at least have at least a 1/3. And then whenever you commit a crime, you may draw a card. If you do, discard this card. This will only trigger once a turn, but there's other cards that can draw you cards like Opt, Consider, all these cards that draw you one card. So you can make it really strong, and then as long as you commit a crime, you're looting a card. So this card can build up your graveyard very rapidly. It can also become very strong. I would also be in a flying vigilance. It can hit face really hard without really having to worry. So this card, again, you assume a world champion player would also possibly do it. And of course, you can see Magic's been around for a bit because it's what's the 28th? I think if I remember my schooling and how to read Roman numerals. So the 28th world champion made that card. We ride at dawn.
There you go. Do you? Let's roll out. Autobots, roll out.
Legendary creatures you cast have to focus means you pay. You can tap creatures to cover the cost of for a creature.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
It's just an enchantment, so it's a static ability. And whenever a commander attacks, you make the mercenaries. The good part, you can use the mercenaries and then they cover the cost for the things. Outlaws Merriment. It's a fun card. It was originally introduced in Thrones of Eldraine. It's pretty solid. Again, the party mechanic has 3 of the party cards. The last one I think it's missing is the Wizard. Oh, Magda, we pulled it earlier. She makes the Scorpion Dragons. This one's pretty solid, but it's the highest version you probably pull over. It's foilless foil.
That's not a search foil, right?
Yeah.
Or that is a search foil?
No, it's not. The search foil, luckily, I don't think the search foil, again, I think each set, it's so hard. You have to, like, the only thing is if you work at a game store like I do or any other ones, keeping up with all the rarities and different foiling techniques and different things to do, it's kind of hard because it constantly introduce and do things to bring things back.
Like you said, and then like you think a card's trash, and then someone finds some weird combination that makes it work, and then it's viable quadruples.
Yeah, I think there's a card, No More Lies from Murder Scarlet Manor. When it first came out, it was like any other like 25 cent card. Now it's like a $3-4 card. And the worst part is it didn't take a while to like some commander players like to find it.
It's investing.
Yeah. Armadillo. Again, we're just going to see a lot of these cards that we've seen a bunch of. The only card I really want to take some time to stop for would probably be another Holy Cow. That card is Rodeo Pyromancers. Whenever you cast a first spell each turn, add 2 red mana. Not bad card. The only problem is still 4 mana card cost. So it's going to take a while. I like how realistic all these horses look in this picture. And then out of nowhere, there's this cat monster.
Do you need anything to drink, Cody?
Oh, no, I'm good.
I guess I'm gonna go fast.
Yeah.
Keep doing what you're doing.
It's a Roadrunner.
Me. Where's the coyote?
There is one in this.
Nice.
Yeah. So Resilient Roadrunner. You know, luckily, one thing I'm happy about this set in general is that they're not afraid to shy from like a lot of puns and stuff like that. They definitely keep things really close to the chest. Like when it comes to like their things. Again, like cards like this Bovine Intervention. I think this card's going to have some play in Commander for the fact that it's just a 2 mana instant destroy target creature or artifact. You get a 2/2 Ox. Got a Force for Greg. Repulse. It's not bad. Oh yeah. Murder, pretty standard. We've seen that card a bunch. Now this is where hopefully the various will show now. Okay, this card, people are very excited for this. So whenever it deals combat damage to a player. You get an additional upkeep after this phase. Cards that care for additional upkeeps or care trigger certain upkeep, it's pretty good. The fact you get an additional upkeep after this, and also the color spread on it, you can run this as your commander pretty solidly and get some really cool benefits. Or if you're already playing a Grixis deck, you could definitely get more additional benefits from certain creatures and enchantments. Like for the card I keep referencing, Dark Confidant Bob, you get an additional trigger off of him. Not bad. I think this card's fairly solid. Again, it's a static ability. Oh, not static. It's a trigger ability by dealing combat damage, but it's hopefully in those colors you have some protection for it. All right. Another spree card. So 1 black mana, play 2. Target player draws 3 cards, lose to left. Not bad. For 3 black mana, it's like kind of like a Sign in Blood, but has additional thing. Or you can pay 2 and a black, search the library for a card that put in your hand, not put on top of your leg. So Sorcerer Speed, it could be both for 5 mana, search your card for your deck, put on top of your deck, and then draw 3 cards, lose their life. It has a lot of costs on it, but it does have a cool potential, like getting cards you need. Cool, we got Bandana. We've seen a lot of hats, no bandanas. Whenever a creature deals combat damage to a player, look at the top card of their library. Then exile face down, as long as it remains exiled, you may play it, and mana of any type can be spent on this card. So it gives no stat boost to your creature, but has a benefit that you're stealing cards from your opponent's deck, which is always solid. And last, oh, we got 2 more cards. Archive Trap, really good card. When an opponent searches the library, the mill 13 for 0 mana is pretty solid. This card is played a decent bit in mill decks. The fact that whenever the opponent searches the library for a card, you just mill 13. Played a lot of blue-black mill.
How'd we do?
This card's pretty cool. So far, you pulled this card right here. She's very popular. People have been speculating her to be pretty big, primarily for the fact that she's a 4 mana 2/5, not the greatest, but she's menace. Whenever she deals combat damage to a player, after this phase, you get an additional upkeep step. So things that trigger during upkeep, you get additional benefits.
Or you get it again.
Yeah, so it's pretty popular.
So like not a commander card, but something goes in commander.
Yeah, people have been thinking about it. Siphon Insight, it's not the worst card. Pretty cool. Pretty solid. I'd say that pack was pretty decent comparatively to some of the other packs we've seen. Plus, we're still seeing new cards still. So the set is very large. Like I said, there's, I think, 4 subsets on the list, so it's a very large set. Again, with all these puns and everything, I think this set is, I like how it's not afraid to be funny, on top of like the thing of having a whole bunch of different characters from different sets.
We gotta steer clear.
This is a reprint card that's used to get some decent play. You just put 1 counter target creature and it gets hexproof, 1 green mana instant. It's pretty solid. So like, I'm gonna destroy it. Well, actually, I'm gonna give it hexproof and make it stronger. This card. Unfortunately, it's pretty simple. Just committing crimes gets indestructible. This one cares for, again, works a lot with the plot mechanic. Casting cards for free, just save it for a later turn to have a more explosive turn. There's one of the snake horses in the back. Whenever one or more creatures with power 4 or greater attacks, you create a treasure token. You can sacrifice a treasure token and pay 2 and deal 1 damage to any target. So it's like an okay card. Some Hippogriffs, so it's a 3 mana 1/4 flying lifelink Hippogriff. Whenever it attacks while saddled, it gets +X for the number of mounts you control. So the more of these you have, the better. Or just generally, if you're making one of those mountain decks, I know there was that one, I think her name was Miriam, she makes mounts stronger. I think this is another decent card in the set. It's Badlands Revival.
It's a weird hippogriff. It's a geese head, or it's like a bird head instead of a
it's
hawk head.
It's pretty popular. Those type of hippogriffs were popular in the Innistrad set because they have a lot of them.
That's not hippogriff though.
I know.
It's wrong.
Yeah.
Damn it, Cody, it's wrong, and I won't stand for it. I'm gonna write a very stern letter to Hasbro.
Yeah. They do a lot of things. Like they had to reinvent like the goblin like 15 different times for this game. Like I know in Tarkir they're more ape-like, and then there's other ones where they're more lizard-like, and of course in Ixalan they're more monkey-like. So they constantly have to keep redoing things. Like how many times do they reinvent the way zombies are? So like in his strategy they can more stitch together monstrosities, and there's some things that are more humanoid. So it all varies from set to set.
It's one of those things where you said like, I'm like, that's not a gnome. You're like, oh, it's an Innistrad gnome, and you kind of just like side eye. You're like, okay,
yeah,
fine.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, that happens a lot.
But that was the thing about fantasy that's like makes it kind of cool, is that you don't have to explain something, right?
Yeah.
I can say dwarf, you instantly know what it is. I say elf, you instantly know what it is. When you start doing stuff like this though, it confuses the fool.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, yeah, the elves in this plane are only 3 feet tall. Like, wait, what?
And have beards. You're like, no, get out. Absolutely not.
They kind of take a thing. So with the actual steampunk set, it was called Kaladesh. All the dwarves flew in ships, so they weren't, dwarves that lived in mountains and stuff like that. They were tinkerers with specifically metals.
Right, but tinkerers, I can get behind
Yeah.
that. They build things. I get that. Them and Doris, they build things. Like that is something I can get behind. But I can see what you're saying. Though.
Yeah.
Like,
People were like, no, and they ventured into white instead of they're red-white dwarves instead of like just red.
That's why I've never liked. I mean, I've never been a fan of the Eastern fantasy, like the Eastern high fantasy, because it's always like warped, and I'm just not a fan of the way they represent things. I'm a classic war. They've got me pull a play set of that too.
This card actually has some good speculation behind it because it's a 3-mana 2/4. Whenever you cast a creature spell, you either create one of those gnomes we were talking about earlier, or you create a token that's a copy of a target artifact token you control. So this card has some potential fun in-game stuff you can do with it. And also, it's just a stackability. And also, with a lot of the other cards we've been seeing, it's like once per turn. As long as you keep casting creature spells, you keep making a token, which is pretty solid.
So good commander card.
Yeah. If slots in the right deck could be very explosive.
Just having you do a couple of these stages with me, like I'm already kind of like getting familiar with, okay, that card would work good in that format, that card's a good card in that format.
And of course, like the big formats you want to know for is Commander, because Commander is the most popular format. And then some of the premier formats are going to be Pioneer, Modern, and of course Standard. Pioneer, so the basic way I always explain this to people, so Legacy/Vintage is from 93 to now, so all of Magic. Modern's from 2003 to now. Pioneer's from 2013 to now. So hypothetically, let's say in 2030, there might be formats from 2023 to then.
So when I played it, there was Standard or Type 2, then there was Legacy, then there was Extended.
Yeah.
Those are the 3 ones you could play at the time.
Yeah, because unfortunately, Standard has the cheaper entry. You can make a competitive deck for somewhere between like $100 and $300. If you do like the bare minimal versions. Pioneer goes from that $300 to $500 price range. The Modern goes from like close to like $800 to $2,000. And of course, Legacy gets absurd. Like if you count all your dual lands, you're like,
it's ridiculous.
Here's my $15,000 deck. Like, oh, cool. So it's like a tier 2 deck.
I'll just concede. Like, I'm not even gonna like have you win on turn. Like, but like, there's some of those in Legacy. Some of those decks will win on turn 1. Like that's the thing. Like I filter, shuffle, and you're like, okay, now I win. And I'm like, fun.
Yeah. This card's not bad. It's a 2-mana artifact and its play does 2 damage to any target. So 2 mana, 2 damage. Not bad. Has the benefit of paying 2 taps, sacrifice another artifact, make a 3/3 golem. So you can sacrifice, like, if like worst comes to worst, you could like in Commander, you'd be like, I pay 2 with my Soul Ring, tap it, sacrifice that Soul Ring to make a 3/3 blocker. So that's pretty solid. I think it has some potential late game stuff. Here's a borderless card, but this is so for the commander cards themselves. So this is I think one of the leaders for one of the commander decks. You get them borderless, so it's still a lead wild card.
But it's not a foil, right? That would be.
You
foil,
if you
right?
could pull a foil, I think it would work a decent bit. It's whenever you cast a second spell each turn, exile top card of your library until the end of the turn. You may play that card. You have tap, target instant or sorcery spell you control. Copy it. You may choose new targets. Activate this only if you've cast 3 or more spells this turn. So it's like kind of a spell slinger deck. Each one do like some lower cost cards, and then your big card you want to copy it. So that's pretty solid. Power Knight. It's a fun card. Target creature gets +X, and it fights a creature you don't control. So you can just pump a creature really big, fight one of their creatures, usually their biggest creature, and they swing out with something.
Right.
It's pretty standard. And then, ooh, Morbid Opportunist.
Ooh, cool.
This is one of the guest cards, or this one's too.
Ooh, so it's a good call, a good pull for your story.
Yeah.
What's it called?
Morbid Opportunist.
Morbid.
When one or more creatures die, draw a card. This trigger only triggers once turn. Again, it's very common. And
So
this
that's
is
a search foil, right?
this is a borderless foil, but this is like guest card. So again, there's another new set, another symbol. So this is a lot. Apparently, someone makes a meteorite token. That's pretty solid. Not bad. Of course, you'd rather have like the mana drain in that slot, but it's pretty solid card nonetheless.
Oh, it's a reprint.
Yeah. I think all these cards in that set are reprints. The majority of the value cards in the set are going to be the reprint cards.
Let's see. Well, hold on, I have it here. I'm curious. $12.
Yeah.
And then if it's a surge foil though.
Oh, you can't get searched? That's awesome.
20.
That's cool.
So, all right. Wolverine? What is that? Oh, it looks. Yeah, it looks a little more ferrety than a Wolverine.
Yeah. Take the fall. It's one blue mana.
I'm disappointed of the cards that are not called Rapscallion.
Yeah.
That's a miss.
Yeah, there's some unique cards in this set that I guess instead of making it overly too joke oriented,
it's not a humor set, right? That's the point.
Yeah,
It's not a humor set. It's supposed to be serious.
It's pretty. I mean, it's pushing close though. This is a story spotlight card. Hopefully, we can see the card eventually. We still have like 8 more packs left. But there's a card. This character is known as Ashiok, and this is I think kind of referring to something. Of course, all their story spotlight cards have the website there, mtgstories.com, and then of course it's a spotlight on it. So this is alluding to somebody. Ashiok has an importance to the set that will hopefully eventually get spoiled. It's a plant bard, this one. Put 1 counter on each creature you had in battlefield this turn. Not bad. Another desert. This one tasks for colorless. We pay 3 tap it. Target creature can't block this turn. Not bad. So you could kind of. It's a sandstorm, so you just kind of make a creature can't block. It's pretty solid, especially if it's like one of their bigger
But
creatures.
you went to the left.
Yeah.
Not great. And it's a sorcery, so I guess
Yeah.
That's good though. You can't be like, haha. Gotcha.
Target creature gets hexproof until the turn, and tap that creature. To the turn, it becomes a copy of another creature. That's cool. So you could have worst case scenario, have your creature become the creature that's attacking. It's really neat. I'm not in for you.
Ooh.
First card.
Well, they're not for me. They're for Nicole.
Yeah. Tyrant's Scorn.
We might have actually a full 20 set of foil lands at this point. They're different from different sets, but we definitely have foils at that point.
The foil version. Of course, again, can't have a back-to-back foil.
Tyrant Scorn, choose one, return trigger. Not bad. That's a cool
Avian.
black white card though.
It's pretty interesting. The fact again that you can exile card.
Oh, you got the double again.
Yeah. Oh, cool. There's another wanted card. This one's interesting. Is whenever an aura you control becomes attached to a non-land permanent opponent controls, with mana value equal or greater than the aura's, you can control that. So you have cards that like target creature gets +2/+2 or something like that. It's pretty cool. It's in like an indirect way to like steal your opponent's creatures. Unfortunately, it says non-land, so you can't do it. Oh yeah, this card.
Yeah, the highest card in the set is, price-wise, is Oko the Ringleader as a showcase art.
Yeah.
It's only $35. It's $46.
Yeah.
Which is, that's funny because like coming off of like Pokemon or coming off of Lorcana, like there are cards that are like thousands of dollars.
Yeah. The main thing, because there's an additional, because like I said, there's so many supplementary sets.
Yeah.
There's the Commander one. There's the show, the guest appearances. There's the Wanted. There's like 8 different subsets on this, so it kind of varies. I do like this card. It's called Back in Town. It's just the boys, so the boys are back in town. Return X target outlaw creatures from the graveyard to the battlefield. It's not bad, especially if we do an outlaw deck.
Pick an outlaw deck, yeah.
Yeah, and you said boys are back in town, just right.
It's just all the names, right? That's what you as the type. If you're making Dragon, Scorpion, Outlaw, Elf, you know, all those keywords.
Yeah, you got English for making, it's played. Destroy target, not only a permanent, you gain, you lose their life. It's not that bad because it's an instant and you can destroy anything other than land. And the last card of this pack is going to be Smuggler Surprise. I like how they're doing a Trojan horse in Western set. It's interesting. Card has, again, it's a spree card, so you can do all the multiple abilities of it. Instant too. So there's a lot of fun things with this card that you can do. Of course, the text gets smaller. Again, like
I know,
I said,
it's like Yu-Gi-Oh size text.
So
yeah, I hate.
where cards like this, like the stream could see, it could post as XL target non-land permanent, you lose your life. To this comes just like kind of dots. It's kind of hard to see, but even the map token.
Oh my god! Yeah, what's this Yu-Gi-Oh?
Yeah, I mean, again, Yu-Gi-Oh fortunately found early on that things, if they don't put a clause behind something, it becomes very, you can repeat it and break it, and that's something that's kind of makes people lose.
Isn't
interest.
that the goal though? Like I remember playing Type 2 decks back in the day, and if you could find a card that broke, untap somebody, like the word was infinitely. Like if you could do anything, I would sit down in casual ways and be like, look, if you can do anything infinitely, please don't play that deck.
Yeah.
Okay, show it to the other one. Wow, how is that fun?
Yeah.
Like congratulations, it's an oversight. It's a game design oversight.
Yeah.
But that's what we're supposed to do, right? That's why cards get banned.
Yeah. There's a lot that happens with that.
A goat card, you can make a goat deck.
Yeah, there's goat decks. Again, these cards are pretty standard. The problem with this card, it's a sorcery, so you have to wait till your turn.
Yeah.
Again, most of these cards, I think, in the common and common slot are just going to be just a lot of that sealed and draft fodder. That they're not bad by any means. And then,
I know people hate on sealed and draft, but you know, like it is fun because like you're not coming to a tournament with the triest hard deck in the world, with a $5,000 deck that's gonna blow through everybody. You know what I mean? Like it's fun. It keeps the game interesting. It's like a puzzle, right? Here are your 7 packs. You have to build a deck out of 7 packs, right? Or here's the deck. You have to build a zombie road.
So when it's battlefield, each opponent loses life. You gain life, and you draw a card. Not bad for 3 mana. It's a enchantment. Then whenever you commit a crime, you may return this back to its owner's hand. So it's a card that you could constantly keep playing. Something Betrayal.
Oh, cool art. And blue black, my favorite colors.
Yeah.
But I'm not playing this game. One card game at a time, man.
Yeah.
Lorcana is what I'm playing, and my wife's really into it, so I'll stick with that.
Oh yeah, no, trust me. I'm the fool that plays too many card games.
Shit, like I went do my taxes, and I can say this on stream.
Yeah.
And I was like, how much money did I spend on Lorcana? And I have a lot of credit at your store, but at the same time, I was like, okay, TCG player. I was like, I spent $300 on singles last year. What? What?
Yeah.
How did that happen?
Oh, we almost got a full play set of these full skew of the critics.
Do you? No, you're foil. Yes.
Yeah,
We
foil.
definitely. Yeah. Wow. We are missing a lot here.
Yeah. Rakdos joins up. Cool. Like,
What is it about your boxes?
yeah, I guess they're not as blessed as much as.
You know, like I do wear that conspiracy hat about like how I think some card games are front loaded and back loaded. Like I have that. I believe in that theory, even though there's no evidence to support it. I just believe in it.
Yeah, one of my favorite artists, just really cool. I just love this. Like, she also did way more cards than she normally did. Normally she does like one or two, like most artists do, but she did like all the join ups and some other cards in the set.
Well, those artists, I mean, like sometimes they get paid a lot if they're renowned, but sometimes they don't. I remember going to a PAX one time, and the people who did all the art for League of Legends were asking me if I was hiring.
Oh yeah, no.
No, I'm not. Sorry.
So colossal. This guy that's out, Snake, thing, the worm. I think it's pretty solid. I think this card will eventually play.
Trample, yeah, the trample, yeah.
Elemental Eruption. Create 4/4 dragon, or elemental dragon. Okay. It has storm, so for how many spells it casts a turn, you get to make that advantage. This card could be very explosive in certain dragon decks. It's pretty straightforward. Just you create a dragon, and it has storm, so each spell you cast prior to it, you should make that many more. Surgical Extraction.
Oh, cool.
It's a really good card. This card has a Phyrexian mana, so it's instant. So instead of playing a black, you can pay 2 life. You choose a card in the graveyard other than a basic land. You search opponent's deck. Pretty much you exile cards, so you can do in response like I pay 2 life. I exile that. Like I'm going to pay my reanimate. I'm going to target this. Like in response, I play 2 life. I'm going to exile that card. Cards played in decent formats. Rakdos the Muscle. Well, that's cool. I love Rakdos.
Oh, cool.
Use some pretty cool abilities. Whenever you sacrifice another creature, exile cards equal to its mana value from the top of target player's library. Until in the next step, you may play those cards and you spend any mana to cast those. And it has a sack ability. You sacrifice a creature. You can only do once per turn, and he gets indestructible. And you tap him. So also, the only downside is the 5 mana 6/5, where most demons are 5 mana 6/6s. This card's cool. It's a
$22 card.
Yeah, no, it's pretty cool.
And it's foil, so it's probably more.
Yep.
But yeah, we haven't pulled a single Planeswalker.
Yeah, well, so I guess kind of spoils it. So normally after Aftermath, they made it so every set only has 1 Planeswalker in it. Except there's 2 Planeswalkers in it. It's because they, like I said, they combined the additional set into
there's
it.
Jace and then another one, right?
Yeah, Jace and Oko.
I remember when Jace came out, broke the game.
Yeah, and Oko also, he's probably the most contentious like Planeswalker because he indirectly affected multiple formats, and he got banned out of Standard, Pioneer, Modern, Legacy. So all the major play ones. At Commander, people were like, "You should ban it. You should really ban it." Like, I remember
you can still play it in Commander.
Yeah, that's like the only format you can play it in. Even then, when he's banned of every single format, he's still like the basic version's like $12, $13, even though it's banned out of every format except for Commander. Like, that's saying how powerful he is. It's a 3 mana Planeswalker. He starts with 4 loyalty. You get up to 6 loyalty if you make a food token. Or his +1 abilities, target creature or artifact loses all abilities, becomes a 3/3 elk. So you can make anything that's like really powerful kind of worthless. Yeah, I think we've seen almost all these right now. We could always look through it and see if we got all the deserts, because there's 10 of them in total. I think we have almost all of them. Crom again. Crom's a pretty popular card, especially again with like the original version. Shackle Slinger again. Again, both these cards I think care for when you cast your second spell each turn. So a lot of cards, I think it's primarily blue that cares for when you cast your second spell. Oh, they shot the sheriff.
But you didn't shoot the deputy.
And now where's that deputy? Again, like I said, there's cards that destroy. So you could murder 3 mana, destroy any creature. This card is instant destroy target non-outlaw creature. Again, a lot of this set is outlaws. In this set, it's not that great. Out of the set, better. So that card is probably good, get some play. There's another swamp. I really like this one because like Shadow feels like it actually has a good shadow.
The swamp is sick, and we pulled a lot of those actually. That's really good. I like the lands.
During Nowhere, this is like our 20th one we pulled. Let's see if we can pull the.
Man, we are not having a lot of luck with the chase cards.
Yeah, mainly because it's in this slot, and you could pull a Mana Drain, which is like the big card.
We haven't even pulled a Mana Drain, have we?
I know, no.
We've opened a lot of packs too.
Oh, this is a good card. This is one everybody's excited for. It's the additional set. So if you've been playing Magic long enough, since at least the Mirrodin block, they introduced these things called the Sword of like Ice and Fire, Light and Shadow,
Truth.
Truth and Justice, and of course the biggest one, Feast and Famine. This one's pretty popular. So all the two color color pairings. So Fire and Ice is blue, red, Light and Shadow, white and black. It gets protection. This one, because they did all the color combinations, this gives protection instances and sorceries. So as the equipped creature has protection from instances and sorceries.
Isn't that hexproof?
So it's specifically creatures, like let's say you have a creature that says enter, destroy target creature. Like there's a Chupacabra that does that.
Oh, okay. So a card trigger.
Yeah, that's right. You could do that.
Okay.
But if somebody has like a kill spell or a removal spell, they can't target the creature. It also gives creature +2/+2.
I was gonna say like what targets them, but I guess there's some trigger effects on creatures.
Yeah,
okay.
but it's more scarce. You're more likely to have like kill spell than that. So in addition, when all the swords, when the equipped creature hits an opposing player, something happens. This one is you create a treasure token, which is good, so it's free ramp. And then when you cast your next instant sorcery's turn, you copy it. So this is really, people are really speculating this card to be a pretty decent one. Swords vary, but everybody now this is the 11th one. They thought the whole sword collection was done, but now they're continuing.
Psych, we got it.
Yeah, so this one's a really playable card. People are speculating that card to be worth a decent bit. Pillage of the Bog. The top X cards are library, where X is twice the number of lands you control. Okay. Put one of them into your hand, the rest in the bottom of your library. Also has plot too. So this one lets you dig pretty deep. It's not a bad card. It might get some play. It just matters how relevant land decks are. Forger's Foundry, okay. And it's tap, add blue mana. When you spend this mana to cast an instant sorcery with mana value 3 or greater or less, you may exile the top spell, exile spell instead and put it in the graveyard as it resolves. You pay 3 and a blue, tap this. You may cast any number of spells from amongst the cards exiled with this without paying its mana value. That's not bad. So if you use this to cast an instant sorcery, afterwards it goes to the graveyard, it gets exiled, and then you can spin it later to cast any number of those cards. License Hearts, again, pretty good card. This is, I think, we almost got a place out of these, almost. Pretty popular. Let's cover this pack. Oh, cool. It's Marchesa. Whenever you commit a crime, you may pay 1. If you do, look top card. Oh, that's funny.
It's me.
Yeah. If you do, at the top, 2 cards in your library, put 1 of them in your hand, the rest another graveyard. This card's pretty solid. The fact that it's 3 mana, 3/4, and then whenever it has a static ability, triggered ability, so whenever you commit a crime, you can pay an additional mana. If you do, you look at the top 2, put 1 of the hand on the graveyard.
So good for, not good as a commander, but good as like
I think it actually might be pretty decent as a commander. You just have to get all the cards that you're going to, if you interact with your opponent a lot, which all 3 of those colors say interact with your opponents in one way or the other. So as long as you have an excess of extra mana you can pay, you could dig really deep into your deck. So that card could be really solid. All right, now we're halfway through the box. Down to the last.
We haven't gotten a single planeswalker. We didn't get peaks. We didn't get the peak ones.
Yeah. Tear the peaks.
Not get the chase cards. We're not getting the chase cards.
I mean, we still have half a box, so hopefully. Probably go through these commons pretty quickly. Again, we've seen most of these in there. Luckily, you can find almost all these commons on multiple outlets. Again, a lot of these things primarily care for that Sylvan draft. There's some fun cards in there, though.
Aw, Varmint should be a rat. That's not fair. that's
what is the creature type on it?
Varmint.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Look at Varmint deck. There's only 2 Varmint cards. Okay.
Again, a lot of these cards, I think in the set, have that trigger once per turn. It's kind of what makes a card make or break it. Ruthless Lawbringer. Oh, this card's actually really solid. It's a vampire, black-white vampire. When it enters the battlefield, you may sacrifice another creature. If you do, destroy target non-land permanent. And so, you eat a creature, and the good part, it's a vampire. It's a vampire dex. They usually have bats. They have like in surplus they can just destroy. This card also comes as a promo version Again, one of these cards are just pretty decent in limited formats.
There's only one law that truly matters to the Stirring Company. Capitalism. That's a law. Yeah, of course.
Pillage. This card is probably the most common one, I have to say, outside of like the From the Grave, I think it is.
Oh my god, we've gotten so many Heartless Pillages.
This card's not bad if you have like you can do the madness cost. So just throw target creature for red and black. You have to deal damage. Your opponent has to have lost life. Look at the Sphinx that has flash and hexproof as long as you haven't cast a spell. It's like okay. I'm not sure where we'll really get too much play.
Yeah, we haven't pulled Final Showdown. We haven't pulled the Hydra. We haven't. Yeah, wow. Oh, we've had a lot of crummy luck.
This card's actually pretty solid. Oh, this is the card we pulled earlier. So this is what the normal version looks like. Let's go find the special version. It's pretty neat. Again, it has like an entirely different art aesthetic. If we go find it, wherever it was. So these are both the same card, but they both look fairly different from each other. So this is what we pulled earlier, and this is what the normal version looks like.
Oh, so it's just the same card, just different art, like the Fallout version or whatever, or the special version?
Because apparently the little bit of lore I know about this site is that they're trying to find this vault, and the vault has this loot, and so this is supposed to be like the vault version.
I thought they were going to Thunder Junction to fight Outlaws.
Yeah.
It should be called Outlaws of the Vault.
I mean, who knows? I like the art in this.
It's Borderlands. It's become Borderlands.
Yeah. They might do something in the future.
You put the last 3 cards over there, so that's a good pack.
Yeah. I finally got Mana Drain. Finally. This is a good one. There you go. Mana Drain.
Finally, we got one out of them, and we only had to spend.
Yeah. Let's not focus on that right
ding,
now.
ding, 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 ding.
Mana Drain, of course, very popular. Original printing. I think it was in Legends, or around that. It might have been around Legends to, I forget. But very popular card. 2 mana, same amount of mana as counter spell. So this is really good. And the added benefit is at the beginning of your next main phase, whatever you counter, you get that much colorless mana. So if you counter the big 8-drop card with this, begin your upkeep, you have 8 extra mana.
Ding ding, we got a winner. Yeah, I need a slot machine sound effect on the computer when we get it.
Leyline Bindings, also a pretty decent card too. This card gets played a lot currently with the new, funny enough, the last time we opened the Leyline the Guild pack. This card costs 1 less for each basic land time amongst you control. The Leyline Guild pack, it is all your lands count as all 5 colors. So this becomes a 1 mana spell exile targeted. Yeah, so this is a pretty solid card. I think, of course, Mana Drain is better. Of course, you'd rather have Mana Drain in this art style, but I think these are 2 back-to-back good pulls, as well as that one other card. So that was, you would want to get that pack. I think if that was that, for anybody that's curious, that would be on the, if you look at a collector booster box display, it was the front left pack. If anybody want to put their,
I'll take the front left pack.
Yeah, there you want to put your conspiracy theorist hats on, you know. But everybody has their own things in Magic, I know.
Oh yeah, it's just every card game.
Sell kids Pokemon cards constantly, you know. Oh, they want the cards, so they got to get the pack with that Pokemon on it. Unfortunately, I don't believe it works that way, but you know, everybody has their beliefs.
So they try to pass this off as facts as it is.
Yeah, it's like,
I have no evidence that the Enchanteds on Locana are front-loaded or back-loaded.
Yeah.
It just, to me, it seemed that they were front-loaded because if you came late to a set, you pulled none.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Outlaw Medic. Ooh, draw a card. Ooh, okay, he's got value. Replenishes himself. Heals you.
Yeah, so again, more of the deserts. Again, if you haven't seen the deserts, they're the interplay tap, but they deal 1 damage to your opponent, so they ping your opponent for 1 damage, which is pretty cool. Take for a ride. Oh, nice. Gives me some I used to play a lot of Marvel vs. Capcom. And there was a
Right,
song,
I was gonna say
taking,
let's cut it. Let's make a custom card and put the menu of the
yeah.
Marvel Capcom
Yeah,
2
take it for a while. Yeah.
and the bottom it goes did it.
Your horse deserves a braver ride. Nice. But yeah, this card, as long as you commit a card this turn, you can control target creature and tap it against haste. So it's essentially an act of treason if you commit a crime.
Oh boy. To the left.
Yeah, the funny part, that also is a crime itself. Bandit's Hall. Again, most of these cards, when you have a card that functions like another card for the same exact value,
it's like having multiple copies in a command
Yeah.
deck, right? That's the whole point.
yeah,
Because the name just has to be different, right? So you
Yeah.
can reprint four. You can have four of a playset, but they're just
yeah,
named different.
yeah. That's why, like, in burn decks, like in red, you run a playset of your lightning bolts and a playset of Skewer the Critics, because you're guaranteed to most likely have one burn spell that's gonna make your Skewer the Critic essentially another lightning bolt.
Ooh, that's a good card.
Yeah, the three cards are pretty neat. You got that one a little bit earlier.
Graveyard control is interesting.
Yeah, no, yeah. Graveyard control is really key in a lot of Magic. There's Thorn type Tornado again. It's pretty, the flavor text on the cards I think are pretty funny. I think they did a pretty good job at keeping like this humor consistently through it without being like the forefront of the
Not
set.
being too overly
Yeah.
humor.
Yeah. Essence Capture. It's like an okay card. Again, I like the colors they put on this. The art aesthetic of this like poster type looking thing. It's been very unique. And of course, one thing I like about Magic too is the art is so split up in the set, like
Yeah.
that you could find something you like one way or the other. Village of Bog, we've already seen this one. It matters how important lands are in your deck, and you get a lot more benefits from it. Pretty solid. Joaquin.
Phoenix?
I don't know. Tai?
Joaquin Phoenix.
Yeah.
Oh, it's another Native American card. That's cool.
Yeah. So whenever the sorcery deals non-combat damage to a creature to the creature's toughness, nice. So whenever this deals non-combat, whenever a sorcery control does non-combat damage to a creature equal to the creature's toughness, you draw a card. So if you kill things exactly, then it has to pay X, tap it. If a sorcery control will deal combat damage to a permanent or play this turn, it deals that much damage plus X instead. So you can make you can make things so they kill things exactly. That's pretty neat. It's like lets you flex, and also the fact that you can draw a card too. Oh, that's cool. Our foil commander card. This card costs 2 less for each different mana value amongst instances and sorcerers in graveyard. It's not bad. So, a 10 mana for a 4/4. It's not great, but you have like a 1-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop, 4-drop, 5-drop. Let's say you have 1 through 8. You could get this down to 2 mana. Not bad. And it has flying prowess. And then whenever you cast a second spell each turn, you create a 4/4 dragon. There's a lot going on in this card. Like physically, like visually, and mechanically.
It's a busy card.
Yeah. This card's interesting. I'm not sure how this. I mean, Storm decks would definitely love this. Also, with a bunch of different mana values, and of course, the card that comes to mind is I think it's Finale of Promise, where you cast like X spells out of your graveyard. It's pretty cool. I think it's pretty solid. Next card is Villainous Wealth. It's an alright card.
You pulled the other one to the right, so that's good.
Yeah, I mean, because it is the extended art foil of a commander card.
The highest you can get, right?
Yeah, yeah. Villainous Wealth is okay card. And the last card for this pack is Endless Detour. I mean, it's a Bant card. It's the owners of target spell, non-land permanent, or card of graveyard puts it in the bottom or top of their library. It's okay. That's an interesting zombie rogue. Very a lot going on. I don't know how it's gonna be so stealthy, but you know.
And, no, the Walking Dead zombies are always quiet when they want to be.
Yeah.
And they turn the corner. Oh my god! Like these things moan and make all this noise, and
Yeah.
they're in a tight space and tight closet. They're right behind you. Like what? Damn it! He saw me. I was so close to getting food that day.
Oh. It's a cactus
Oh,
tarantula.
you still got 3 more. All right, look at this.
Cactarantula. Costs 1 less for each desert you control.
Oh,
Has
dude,
reach.
that's rad.
Yeah, and whenever it becomes target dispel ability you control, opponent controls, you just draw a card. So it has like a pseudo ward ability, but you get a draw card. They cost cheaper. So if you have a lot of deserts, you get down to 2 green mana.
Why is it gray? The spider's green. They should be black.
That one's made out of a cactus. So
Black. That's cool though. That's a cool art.
The scarecrow. The ace. It's kind of creepy to think that there's a living creature that's a scarecrow in the Oasis. It's like, oh, someone's put there.
I'd rather fight that than a cactarantula. Like,
Yeah.
that sounds just terrible.
I love the naming convention of it, a cactarantula.
That sounds awful.
Yeah.
Awful thing to fight.
So this one is when it's spellful, you gain 3 life, has plot, so you can cast it cheaper too. Also, sometimes a plot is cheaper than the actual cost of the card. So,
Yeah.
you're like, I could do this on my turn 4, turn 5, play for free, gain 3 life. Or if you're really in a big crunch, you need that 3 life immediately, you can just pay that 5 mana for a 5/4 trample's not bad. This might be pretty decent in like limited play. Okay, got another one of the red-blue deserts. Pretty solid. Again, people are speculating a lot of cards go up. Got another.
The keyword is desert, right? That's
Yeah.
It comes in tap, but there are other cards that let you place a desert or search for a desert,
Yeah,
right?
so-
or filter a desert.
So there's a lot of cool things in that with the deserts having. Got another Vile Smasher.
Got a foil canyon crab.
Tree. Vile Smasher, of course, when you play an outlaw, it does 1 damage to target opponent. There's another desert, and just play tap. See, we're still finding new deserts.
Yep.
Whenever instant battlefield, return land you control to its owner's hand. If another desert will return this way, you surveil 1. So this one, instantly tapped, but it has the benefit of it tapping for 2 colorless mana. So it's one of those bounce lands. But it's a good part if you're running the colorless, that could be a little helpful. And there's another plains.
Archway.
Archway. Yeah.
And it's any mana type or colorless specifically?
Colorless specifically, yeah. They use these little diamond-shaped things, which are going to be referred to as waste. So got a fling, not bad, but I've seen plenty of it. Let's see if we get the dreaded fling to fling. Clear shot, not bad, but it's pretty solid. Let's see. Now this should be where the first rare is. Oh, there he is. Bristol Bill, Spine Sour. So this one's pretty solid. I think this card people have a lot of speculation being pretty good, especially in like a green token deck or counter deck. So whenever you play a land, when a land enters field, landfall trigger, you put a 1/1 counter on target creature. And then you pay 3 in green, double the 1/1 counter on creatures on each creature you control. So you could do very explosive things where you're like Hydra decks will love this. Things that kind of just generally show a lot of 1/1 counters on things. You just pay 5 mana and just double it. And you can do it multiple times. So in the course of landfall deck, you're probably doing a lot of cards that let you ramp your mana up very rapidly. This card's a pretty solid card, I think. Split between worlds. Each player, we've seen this card before, yeah. Shuffles their hand and graveyard to library, draws 7. Not bad. It has a plot so you can trade it for different costs. Leyline Desert. I like it's like a first person view, so you see the hands.
Oh, a lot of canyons, like the canyons, the red, the desert theme. I like all that stuff.
So pay 1, tap, mill a card. So you mill yourself 1 card. Put an instant sorcery card, mill this way into your hand. Tap an untapped legendary creature control, untap this. So that's cool. You can essentially do a lot of self-milling. He cares for a lot of instant sorcery, so Devil got this card again. Pretty good. Pretty solid, like Rakdos removal. And the last card of this set, Torpor Orb. It's a pretty solid card. Torpor Orb is another reprint. This card gets played in like Legacy, some Modern, and whatnot. Pretty much creatures that enter that have effects that when they enter to do something, it shuts it off. And there's some cards that usually like
Good commander card to have on the field, right?
in other formats. So this card's actually a pretty solid
Stops
card.
triggered abilities.
Yeah, so pretty solid. The gnome. All right.
What's the bottom one? Hell yeah.
This other one?
Oh, yeah, look at it. Look, this is the only cards I need. Right
Mercenary. I mean, the Sapper, you might actually have that many mercenaries if you ever build a mercenary deck, because you actually need to tap them individually because for their ability.
Yep.
Because, like, normally we make a token, like,
There'll be $2 a piece. Just kidding.
Yeah. I mean, some people say that there's a card from Kamigawa. It's called Fable the Mirror Breaker. It makes this token that it's when it attacks you make a treasure token. That token itself is like an $8-9 token.
Oh, good lord. I mean, I remember running into those, saying the tokens, one of those theme stuff.
Okay, that's a pretty simple snake. I like it. It's a 1-mana, 1/1 Death Touch snake. It's pretty simple, straightforward. I think it's pretty. Again, I think for anybody that could potentially participate in a sealed or limited, sealed or draft event for this, I think it's gonna be really fun. Of course, you just have to have half the fun is the puns, and of course, out of the play boosters, you can pull like the Mana Drain and all those cards out of it. You pull pretty much everything except for the collectors and of course the heist and versional cards. Mm-hmm. So you can play with all these Western cards as well as some of the high-end cards too as well. So I think the set is really fun for like that sealed and draft. And plus a lot of the cards, the mechanics are pretty vague in it, so it's not like overly specific. I mean, yes, there's things like that do care for like if you have an outlaw, but outlaws are such a wide creature type, and
yeah,
everything's
a blanket, a good umbrella, like you said before, over all that creature types. Skullduggery.
Yeah, even like for things like this isn't a outlaw, but it makes things that are outlaws because the mercenaries are outlaws. And this card again, whenever you make a mercenary, you just make more of them, so or double trigger it.
Still not good enough.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm starting, since I'm into this economy a little bit more, I feel like I'm seeing Magic prices be much more reasonable than they ever were. Like a high costing card would be like $40.
Yeah.
Right? Where like it used to be, oh, you want that card, it's $250.
Oh yeah.
And I feel like that's a case of overprinting.
Yeah. And also Wizards is pretty good at they don't per se pay attention to the secondary market, but when people are buying product, like a sealed box, and like for example, Oko Thief of Crowns, which is an alternate art card in this, it was worth as much as a booster box. So you could make or break your value off getting an Oko, and that's just for the basic one. And if you got like the special one, you made profit off of it. And if you got lucky and got two of it, you just made obscene amount of.
And look, and like I'm in the category where like as a store, I know it's not good for you, but like print as much as you as what's meet demand. I mean that's good for everybody. Like if the people who like, I mean, the Lorcana stuff is way out of control. Like they don't want to reprint for it. The people who have their Elsa graded don't want to reprint. Right?
Oh, yeah.
It's like this is the housing market though. Like you have to print more cards. If you don't print more cards, it's just gonna go super high, and no one's gonna be able to buy one. So cool, another forest.
Yeah, it's unique because again,
there's third-party market, right?
Yeah.
And there's the first-party market, and there's the health of the game, and like, but some people only play for the monetary value of it, right? They chase the cards, they get them graded, they trade them like gems, you know, and like that's a market too that you have to be kind of aware of.
Yeah, there's all these things that gets kind of interesting with like cards because there's even like pinning the tinfoil hat on. There's cards where it clearly feels like cards are shorter printed and stuff, so like. Cards like that Mana Drain, we went through all this stuff. You could have seen it more often. We've only seen one of them. That was after halfway through another collector booster box. And we've seen more of certain other mythics than others. But there's some people that believe that like there's a shorter print of like the more sought after cards. But again, can't confirm that.
Artificial scarcity. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
But then of course like there's cards like talking about those like Switzer cards. There's a card called Children of the Apocalypse. It's very prominent for anybody that plays Magic right now. In any format outside of Pauper. It's very strong. Oh, it's cool. We got another one of the fast lands, but it's not the borderless one. Fast lands are always good because it lets you play it any deck. Now that standard legal makes it, they were already Pioneer legal, but it's Pioneer and all the other formats legal. And
did they never reprint the dual lands that tap for both and return a land to your hand? Did they never reprint those ones?
Cool. I guess. Those ones, those bounce lands, those ones,
yes.
They got reprinted as in a master set, but that doesn't make it
legal.
So there's premier sets, which would be standard formatted ones. Because when you print a card, they inject it into X amount of formats. So to make it standard, it makes it standard, pioneer, modern, legal. And then introduce, like, for the next set that comes out, it's Modern Horizons 3. That is a modern set. So it only injects into Modern, Legacy, and Commander. So standard and pioneer don't receive the cards. You probably got the Gisa, but this is the alt art. I like how happy she looks. I know it's funny, both Gisa and Drolf, I think his name is, they're both like mentally not fully there, but in their own way. Because she does more of the pure like necromancy, bringing corpses up from the ground, where Drolf is more of the science crazy. So they hate each other, but they've teamed up with each other multiple times. It's a fun lore thing. Also, it's like how it kind of pits her instability kind of very forefront. Like she's on a wanted poster, but she's waving at the wanted poster. And another cool, goofy thing about her shovel is actually like a sentient thing too. That's like her focus for like her magic capabilities. A savvy trader. Whenever it's battlefield, exile target permanent from your graveyard. You may play the card for as long as the remains exiled. So as you cast for anywhere other than your hand, costs one less. This card's really solid. Again, it has that very Native American look to it. It even has like the braided hair, like that.
It's rad.
Also, and then so got 2 words. Dust Bowl, pretty solid card. There's these target destroyed lands. Destroys target non-basic lands. Pretty good. It's been a while since this card got reprinted. And the last card of this pack is going to be Fortune. Wool Steed. When there's battlefield, scry 2. If you crew with anything, it returns 8 and back to the battlefield.
It is the highest rating of that card,
Yeah.
so it goes to the right.
Yeah.
I know that much.
Yeah. So that's pretty much just a standard thing, because of course after a while, prices will fluctuate and go up. Because again, even as much as I could look at a card and understand what formats it plays in and how well it's going to be, it purely is decided on what format plays it. So if it's like a legacy deck only, it would appreciate somewhat in value, but not excessively. But if it plays in Commander and other formats, it's like the big deciding factor of how well it's going to perform overall. Alright, so this is our second last pack. I've got a cold stop, and then Greg gets to show off all the cool stuff I'm pretty sure everybody's been waiting for.
No, I'm still interested in this set. Like you pulled some stuff, just some stupid stuff that I want in my Commander deck for Fallout. Like the swamp is great. The forest is great. Like all the lands. I get off on the lands. I think they're cool.
Oh yeah, I think that's a good part too. It's because there's so many full art lands now that to give like a distinct look to the lands are pretty much what you're looking for.
Yeah, like I love this swamp. I want that swamp actually free. I want like a full-size printout of that art because it's so beautiful. Who does that? Yeah. Sergi.
It's a boombox.
It's a boom.
It's 2 mana, pay 6, tap, sacrifice, and destroy up to 1 artifact, up to 1 target creature, and up to 1 land.
I feel that's a reprint.
I think it's similar. There's a lot of things that do a similar likability.
Yeah, I've seen the 6-cost Senate Gigapede before.
Yeah, I think that one's ambushing Gigapede. So
oh, boombox no good? Okay.
It's a deep mud desperado. It's a homoid? Okay, it's like a interesting crab-like person. Whenever you commit a crime, each opponent mills. Again, if this wasn't restricted once per turn, a lot of these cards would be
very good.
Yeah, but it would go from like the worst part. Some of these wouldn't even go with like no scene playability. It'd just be like very consistent.
Let's race and rope Broncos once per turn.
Yeah,
only once per turn.
The house stat. We've seen this one before. It's pretty good. Another island.
Ooh.
And then the Spear first. I think these are only uncommon ones. So you get pay back for more. I've seen this card plenty of times already. Let's see if we get another one. Oh, we get another green card though. Again, these cards, I think now, remember the pack goes so many commons to commons, and then you get your land, and there's the 2 uncommon showcase cards, and then this will be the first rare. Great Train Heist. Again, it has a spray cost. tap all creature control if it's your combat phase. There's an additional combat phase. Not bad. It has additional abilities too. So the fact that it gives you additional combat for 4 mana, not bad. At instant speed.
Do you get to like replay the combat round again?
Yeah. Creatures you control get +1. In first strikes, you pay 6 mana into it. You can tap your creatures and get additional combat with first strike. And you pay 1 additional red. Chosen an opponent. Whenever a creature does combat damage to that player, you create trap trash token. That's pretty solid. I think just if you spend the 5 mana for the first and last ability, it's pretty worth it. Lotus Ring. Okay, that seems kind of interesting. So it's 3 mana, indestructible. Whenever when a creature gets +2/+3 in Vigilance, it has sacrifices creature at 3 mana of any color. That's not so. It pretty much turns your creature into a Black Lotus.
Like the people, like they said they never reprint that, but even if they did reprint it, wouldn't the original one maintain value because it's still the first printing?
Yeah, I mean,
like,
people
would it actually affect the monetary value of that first printing?
People will. I mean, there has been things like that. So there's a card called, for example, it's called Imperial Seal. It was originally printed in Portal of the Three Kingdoms. It was an alternative cost card to Vampiric Tutor. Vampiric Tutor, and Imperial Seal were never on the reserve list, but it was 20 years since they reprinted it. They made a judge promo of it that was over $1,000. They reprinted the Imperial Seal. Now that judge promo is only $300. So there's some things that have been tanked, but reserve list cards, I think half the value for it is because it is the reserve list. But that's like for each player to person, they'll have different things. It's hard to say. Like it's very contentious amongst all of Magic.
I feel like they could get around it by just making a card that does what Black Lotus does, but call it something completely different, and then then what? Like, does it lose its value? Like, it's just weird.
So
like it's weird stuff like that.
So the reserve list also includes that they're not allowed to print any cards exactly like the card under another name or better. It's like another thing too. So they can't make like a 0 mana makes 4 mana. There's all these, again, it gets very contentious.
That's
with,
very weird.
Yeah.
Is that a legally binding contract, or is that just Wizards being like, oh, we promise?
So there was the main issue they had. So in 2003 or 4, they removed every like common and uncommon from the reserve list, so it's only rares. One of the cards was also a infamous card called Earthbind, which had a fairy and like some vines that was very like bondage looking. So that's why they refused to reprint it in the collector's 30th year anniversary promo, like non-playable cards, which they did reprint all the reserve list cards, including Black Lotus and all those. But those things were gold bordered. I mean, they're not playable in any format. It was very, again, people were indifferent about it. I think the main reason is that they were charging like hundreds of dollars per pack for a card packs that you can't play legally in any format.
Oh yeah, Derek said you got like one of those things in the store. Yeah.
Yeah, those things again. That was very contentious.
But the back is different, so you can't.
Yeah, so
you can't play it.
It's not legal. But the worst part, some of the dual lands from that were worth more than the actual dual lands themselves.
Weird.
It was very weird. But that was very contentious. And of course, fast forward, I think in 2008 or 9, when we're doing From the Vaults, they did From the Vaults Relics, where they reprinted a reserve list card, which is known as Mox Diamond. That got people so up in arms that people were like threatening to sue Hasbro / Wizards of the Coast. It was this big contentious thing because they reprinted a card. Because the loophole for Wizards was they weren't printing it into a set; they were printing a sealed product that had that card in it. There was no variables in it. You just got that product, had all those cards. And of course, that had not only was it reprint, they also gave it new art and also made it foil. Funny enough, that card is very heavily played in Commander. It's like a $700 card now. It was very, a lot of things.
It gets very gray. It sounds like very gray.
Yeah, and they've done stuff too, like in Modern Horizons 2, they made the card that when you enter, he has this card that is Drawf or something like that. He has a tap, he makes a copy of a card, but all the copies he makes are from Alpha ABU, so Alpha Beta Unlimited, and one of them is he makes a Black Lotus token again, they've
wasting it
been
around it.
dancing around it
Yeah.
for such a long time. It's kind of absurd.
Well, the thing is, like, maybe collect the card game because you enjoy it and want to
Yeah.
play. Maybe don't take it as a sole investment source.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
it's a bonus in my case. It's a bonus
Yeah.
that you get money back for the card sometime, but, like, maybe not have the sole reason you buy it just because you want to sell it.
Yeah.
But there are people who do that. There
Yeah,
are people
and
who
of
certainly
course,
do that.
there's plenty of markets for stuff. I know people that primarily do with misprints. Unfortunately, misprints are more of a common thing now than it used to be.
I got a crinkle cut Fallout card.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and the problem is that it happens more often than you think it does. So there's people that are looking for those, but you won't be those excessive, extreme values. I'm like, oh, let's take a $30 card and make it $50,000. Let's go like a $30 card. I'll give you $300 for it. So
Yeah, right.
you can make profit off it, but it's not gonna be like
For those people who really like the misprints, yeah.
and
they'll
the
pay
thing
up
you're
for
finding,
less.
you're trying to look for one specific person in like the whole world. I totally skipped over this card for the most part. So this card is Ninjutsu. Ninjutsu is when a creature's not blocked, you pay Ninjutsu costs from your hand, swap out that card for this, and when this card, with more creatures, double combat damage to a player, create a treasure token, and manifest top card of that player's library. This card's pretty good, especially if you like ninjutsu decks. It's a snake ninja rogue.
Of course, Snake,
I feel
Ninja,
like-
Rogue, Cleric, Barbarian.
I feel like rogue and ninja are kind of like redundant because
Yeah, right. They are. They're close to the same
Yeah.
thing. Yeah.
Three steps
Ooh,
ahead.
there we go. That's a good card.
Yeah, this one again, the best card I could correlate this to is Cryptic Command. Has a lot of cool flexibility on it, and of course for people that are curious, for sprees, you just can't pay the blue mana. You have to play blue in one of the other things. So the bare minimum is the blue and one, or blue and 2 additional. It's not a bad card.
That. It's not that bad. Was it a good card or a bad card?
It's like a pretty okay card.
Let's go 1 to 10.
Like a 7.
Okay.
It's not like you should. It's not like again one of these other cards. Unfortunately, we only pulled one of the showcase cards, a Morbid Opportunist. But this is the last pack for Thunder Junction.
Wow, we didn't pull any of the Planeswalkers, and we didn't pull any of those peaks.
Yeah. We did get some other cards. We got one Mana Drain, so it's actually one of the good cards to pull. And then, of course, all these cards we've seen plenty of. Again, the set, if you like a Western theme with committing crimes and everything, also if you're fond of just some punny things here and there, and enjoy some good flavor text.
There's an aesthetic for everybody. I mean,
Yeah.
with Doctor Who got people into the game. Fallout's going to get people into the game. I
Yeah.
mean,
No, I remember
Lord of the Rings are going to get people into the game.
Yeah.
Like it's
when Ikoria came out, so when everything was in shutdown and we're doing some curbside things, a set called that Ikoria came out, I think Behemoth Monsters or something like that. That set introduced the Godzilla cards, and even more so, there was one specifically called Space Godzilla Death Corona, which was, a hindsight, because they planned these sets out like half a year in advance.
Yeah.
And it was originally supposed to come out in beginning of March of 2020. Unfortunately, things happened, things got postponed, whatever. That card, people were speculating that card to be a funny joke because they thought the whole thing was going to last for maybe a few weeks, maybe a month. Fast forward, everybody knows about that. But that card introduced that. But there's people that were speculating just like the Godzilla cards, and especially now with like Godzilla, what was it, 1 minus 1?
-1, yeah.
Yeah, and then the new Kong and Godzilla movie that came out. So all this stuff there, those cards have appreciated heavily in value. There's a uncommon that was in the set that was normally like $1.50. With the movie release, that card went up to like $11, $12, $13 because it was the Godzilla version. But you can also get the normal version, that same exact card, for 50 cents. But again, things like crossovers are very impactful for this. And if you get the right crossovers, you do well. I like the cactus folk. This card's not bad.
Everyone has their thing they like. Like if
Oh,
they
yeah.
made a Ghostbuster one, I'd be totally down.
Yeah,
And they do have that license, and the Marvel one's coming out soon. That's gonna be
the Marvel one, and then
huge.
next year is going. I mean, after Modern Horizons 3 this year, in I think July, this is Assassin's Creed one coming out,
yeah. There's a lot of
and then next year is Final Fantasy.
Which one?
I think they just said Final Fantasy. Of course, probably more push for 7 because 7's like the
7
go.
is arguably the most popular of all of Final Fantasy.
So they will probably try touching everything, like all the different things. But yeah, no, there's a lot coming out for the crossovers that are going to be really exciting to see. Go back to the match cards here.
Sorry,
cards.
we got a little rundown.
I know. But no, the good part is things you can look forward to Magic, and I think this is another inclusion to it. So this is not including any other things, but it's likely I'm happy because the set is focusing on their own characters. So there's been very heavy focus on characters in their own IP. They're not introducing anything else really. This card. Let's go on. We're almost done with this.
Card, Metamorphic Blast, yeah.
Got another swamp. These cards again,
Sick.
looking really awesome. These cards, unfortunately, not too many of these showcasing the uncommon costs. Uncommon rarity are to be crazy. But there's not saying that they're not bad.
Okay, they're okay.
They're okay. They're definitely playable cards, and the good part, if you have the card decks that were running them, you get these alternative versions and make it spice up your deck. Got another Marchesa. This card again, I think it's pretty solid. And again, this card compared with the borderless one, this one has the flavored, the reminder text on it and the flavor text, where the extended arts remove that to give it less clutter on the card. Riku the Mini Paths. This is another character. This was originally introduced in the first Commander deck they've released. But this one is a pretty fun card. It cares for modal cards. This is the first card to ever references a card as a modal card, and he himself has modal abilities. So, pretty interesting, kind of fun card. This should be, yay, a Varmint.
Varmint.
It's a Varmint. A 2-mana 2/1 Death Touch Lifelink. Not bad. Pay 1 life, tap, add 2 mana of any one color, spend this only to cast cards you don't own. Like that, he's a mana dork that casts cards that you stole. That's pretty cool. I enjoy that. Grindstone. This is actually a pretty solid card. Looks like the first reprint of it in a while. Grindstone is pay 3 tap. Target opponent mills 2 cards. If those cards share a color, they keep milling 2. So if you pretty much just decks cards really meant against like mono red decks, because they usually have a lower land base and their deck's one color. So you just mill 2, then they mill 2 again, and again, again, again. Usually on average, you're usually seeing like 10 cards milled. All right, for the last card for the Thunder Junction.
Like a grindstone cowboy. Okay, sorry.
Yeah. And that's going to be the last card. Void Slime.
Good, bad, eh.
It's
Eh.
But overall, I'd say the set it's been fun looking at all the cards. It's been a very interesting set with all the different art styles. Plus, yeah, just for example, you have cards that look like this. You have your external foils. You have your wanted cards. And there's even some borderless cards in here. There's these additional extra art cards like that. And yeah, I think this set just has a lot of visual differences that makes it like appealing to a wide range of people. So I think
people who want that card that looked that way, yep.
Yeah, so with that being said, the set was fun to open. I enjoyed it, even though we didn't get that many big hits.
We didn't pull a single Planeswalker and not a single twin. And we opened a lot of packs.
Yeah.
But we did get a lot of the mercenaries.
Yeah. So,
and that's all that matters.
Yeah. But yeah.
All right.
I'm sure. Do you want me to stick around while you open those packs?
Yeah, let's do the Fallout thing. Let's switch sides. Don't go that way because there's cables.
Yeah.
Let's grab the. I know what we're looking for here now.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, everything that's worth a lot is the surge value, surge foils, the borderless surge foils, and the serialized cards. Mm-hmm. Which one of them is up to $800. So.
Yeah. These 4 packs, huh?
Yeah, 4 packs. Now these were sent to me by Wizards, so thank you. I got these super late though. After the set had come out, after retailers got it, I got it so long
The
afterwards.
sad part, since the last time you opened this, these packs have went up like another $10.
Yeah, they're 45 now. Yeah.
They were like roughly 30.
Now this, do I do this way? Which way do I do it again?
I'm not entirely sure how this one. And they might do.
Oh yeah, so the rares on the rares underneath this one.
Oh, there's a rare in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, I could peek and see, but I don't spoil for the stream.
Yeah, you pick. Oh wait, let me switch the music while you're doing that.
Actually, it's a rare, but not that. You could do this a normal one. All I know, the back card is the more expensive one is in the back, so you could just go that way.
So just go that way. All right.
There's be rares all like smothered throughout this because again, this is a premium set where they do a lot of interesting, unique cards over it. So a lot of the cards are just all reprints.
All right, so we have nice shiny mountain. I do like my mountains.
Yeah.
Okay. Ooh, Cinderglade.
Yeah. They did a lot of land reprints in this set. Like a lot. So luckily Cinderglade's okay card. It's not like amazing.
It's not a shock
Yeah.
value card. Oh, we got an ED, Lonesome Robot, Legend Artifact. Okay, draw a card, then draw each. Okay, so it's that's something you on for additional quest counter on ED. All right, yeah, there's quest counters, there's food counters, there's mutation counters.
There's a lot of counters.
Breakdown, destroy target artifact or thing. Okay, cool right there. Lightning Gleaves, equipped has haste and shroud. Equipped 0 though.
The commander staple.
Ooh. Agent Frank Forrigan, legendary creature trample. As long as it's attacked this turn, whenever Agent Frank enters the battlefield or attacks, proliferate twice. To proliferate, choose any number of permanents or players. Okay, so it's counter building for mutants. And mutants all about counter building, right?
Yeah. And proliferate's pretty good too because with the rad counters, you could add additional ones.
So I put this one over here. Is this a good one?
That's pretty solid.
Put that one in there. And this one is almost perfect. Enchant creature.
Yeah, so making it a 10/10, it makes it a 9/10, 9 out of 10.
Oh.
It's almost perfect.
That is clever. That's clever. Good. Is that a good card?
It's pretty solid.
Sacred Grove, or Scattered Grove, excuse me.
Yeah.
Meh. Automated assembly line. One of your creatures, if you can just common damage, you get 4 of a resource. That's not mana, right? That's just, is that mana?
Let's see. Added 4. Oh, it's energy.
Oh, it's energy. Oh, so the one of the commander decks you sell uses this as a resource.
Yeah, energy was introduced into Keldesh, and then they're going to reprint some more cards in Modern Horizon 3. So people are speculating on a lot of the energy cards to be kind of might pop off in the future.
All right, we got Blood Axe, Fireproof Equipment. Ooh,
cool. Search for.
Ooh, a legendary.
Uses.
Commanders you control have Ward 2.
That's pretty good. So.
Nice. And I do like Hogsworth. White too. That's funny.
Yeah.
That's a good one. I'll put that one there.
Another Surge Foil.
Oh yeah. No. Oh, that is the Surge Foil. Nice.
Yeah. The Temper.
Nice land.
People call it Temple Milady.
Overflow Basin. That's a good one. 1 for 2.
Yeah, it's like one of those filter lands.
Oof. I already have that one.
Which one's this?
Fog Queller.
Figure.
It's a good one though. I know it's a high value one. Ooh,
Ravages of War.
Yes.
That's a spicy card.
Yes, I like the art too.
You know who don't like it? People that like keeping their lands.
Yeah, right. Destroy all lands.
Just an Armageddon. The good part, I know there's a. It's some people like that more of Armageddon primarily because Armageddon's I think I like the same exact thing, but.
That's funny. That's a good card too.
Yeah, it's pretty solid. Yeah.
And then we got it's just his token, right?
Token, yeah. Ravages of War. Luckily, that one is a pretty solid card.
That is a good card.
I know there's a kid here that plays a deck that runs all the land destruction cards. He has a non-foil version of that card, so he.
And that's a surge, yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. So, yeah, it's pretty solid. Not bad for your first pack. I mean, anything with the bobbleheads, pretty solid.
Hey Squires, what's up? You're coming in super late.
I know. I just done doing all the Thunder Junction.
There's a lot of glue on top of this one.
Yeah, they do.
So I do this way. This way.
Yeah, just yeah. Because there's gonna be rares scattered through the whole set. So
The basic land.
It's all the surge foils and all the things in the back.
So legendary creatures are good because they could potentially be commanders, right? So
and then there's some cards like that cares for legendary creatures. Like there's all the Sisseys they ever made cares for legendary creatures. And even more so with the set we just opened, all the join-ups care for legendary creatures.
Elder Online legendary creature human knight. Artifacts you control have ward 1. When Elder Line enters the battlefield or dies, return target artifact from your graveyard to your hand. Okay.
Yep.
Oh, Nightkin Ambusher. Creature immune warrior. Ward 2. When Nightkin Ambusher enters the battlefield, target player gets 4 rad counters. Night Ambusher can't block as long as the defender has a rad counter.
The rad counters are pretty solid because people are assuming that rad counters are gonna. It's our decks that want to mill themselves.
Oh, nice! I got 3 dog.
Nice.
I don't know if he's good, but it's
fun. And it's extended art, so it's unique only to the collector boosters.
Human Bard. Whenever you attack, pay 2 sacrifice aura to 3 dog. Shacknews GJ. When you sacrifice an aura this way, for each attacking creature you control, create a token of that copy. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. All right, you can get a little wonky. I mean, is that a good commander or nah?
That's alright. Let's see. So it's a 3-drop, 1/5. So the stats are there. Then whenever you attack, you may pay 2, sacrifice attached to it. So it's a good way to like get more uses off of your
Auras,
and especially if they're more expendable ones. It's pretty cool.
Okay, Master of Integrity, Battlefield, this equipment enchantments. Elder Author Maxon. Oh, nice. Search foil too.
Yes.
Creature tokens you control have training. What's training?
I think it's when they attack. If there's a creature swallow, then you can put 1 count on it. Or is that mentor? I forget. There's mentor and training. One cares for bigger creatures, the other one cares for smaller creatures, and it's putting counters on things.
Yeah, counters are a big thing in this set.
Yeah.
Single combat, planeswalker they control, and sacrifices the rest.
Yeah, that was originally printed in. It's a reprint from more of the Spark. It's a you choose a planeswalker and you pretty much blow up everything else.
Wow, kind of cool. Search foil, Boomer Scraper. You lose 1 life and it create a junk token. Okay. Another search foil.
That was a Secure the Waste.
Yep.
Pretty solid card.
Legendary artifact creature. Yes. Yes, man. Personal Securitron. Tap. Target opponent gains control of Yes Man's personal Securitron. When they do, you draw 2 cards and put a quest counter on Yes Man. Activate only during your turn. Weird.
Usually because it's a creature that's like not super good. It's pretty much people use that in like party decks or so, not party decks, like group hug decks. Like, here, I'll give you something. You can have a creature. I'll just draw 2 cards.
Ooh, Alpha Delclaw. Oh, sorry, Finn, you were finished yet?
Okay, but no, it's pretty solid. So it's like there's a lot of cards, especially in white, that gives your opponent stuff, but you get a benefit from it. And it kind of uses a politic piece, especially in Commander.
Mm-hmm. What's Menace? Oh, they have to be blocked by 2 more, right?
Yeah.
All right, Trample. When after enters the battlefield, destroy target permanent, but it's 5 cost.
Yeah.
Monstrosity 4, what does that mean?
So you can spend, so there's a casting cost in front of Monstrosity. If it doesn't have any 1/1 counters on it, you can pay that cost, and you get that many counters on it.
Oh, okay, interesting. Okay, that's 2 good pulls.
Oh, Farewell. That's
yeah.
All right, Farewell is just a generally good card in Magic in general, and then the fact that you have this version of it, it's pretty pricey. It's standard borderless Farewell is kind of pricey. It's definitely capable.
Not a search foil, but definitely a foil.
Yeah. But that card, no, it's pretty solid. The fact they got 2 Pip-Boy cards, that's pretty solid.
Yeah, I mean these are good packs. They're backloaded. They're backloaded.
Yeah. But yeah, no, you're doing pretty solid. I think between the Ravagers of War and putting up both mono white cards, they're really strong.
Where's the serialized cards?
I mean, sad part is everything across all the warehouses they're sold out. So either the sad part, because people are sitting on some of the product, people might be sitting on there.
They're gonna wait, until it gets crazy.
Yeah.
All right, we got a land, pre-more formal wear, Turn target creature card with mana 3 or less to your graveyard to the battlefield. Okay, equip creature gets +2 and has vigilance. Okay. Either or. That's not a balance. Yeah, that's kind of
It's people call them like check lands. They check if you have that land or not.
good or meh. Okay.
They're okay. Commander players like running them.
Yep, same thing. Vista. Ooh, okay. James, Wandering Dad, legendary creature human scientist. Follow him. Oh, interesting. This is multiple things. Yeah. Investigate X times. Oh wow, this is you may exile this card. You may cast.
Oh yeah, it's
creature later from exile.
The venture cards, yeah. So you cast it as a creature, or you cast it as an instant or sorcery on the bottom left card, and it puts them in exile, and then you cast the creature side later.
So not a good commander.
It's probably better as a normal card, and part of your. People refer to it as part of your 99, as anything that's not your commander, but it goes in the commander deck.
It's supposed to have cycle 2. Okay, another check cycle. Yeah, this is cycle 2 though. Ooh, T45 power armor. Nice. You get 2 energy counters. So this is something that only works with like the energy stuff that in this set, right? The energy thing is unique to this set, nothing else. No, right?
It was originally introduced in Kaladesh. Kaladesh had a lot of energy counter things on it, and then they're going to reuse it in Modern Horizons 3 that comes out in July.
Ooh, okay, so they have plans for this. Okay.
Yeah, so not only is this set the fall getting a show in the future, there's also cards, the mechanics in the set that are going to be possibly used later this year. So if there's already not a sought after price value for these packs, there's also going to be mechanic purposes that people are excited for. Which some people believe that some of these cards are going to get reprinted in Modern Horizons 3.
I mean, they said they were going to reprint cards, they just won't be Fallout themed, but that's where the money comes in because the value is people like the Fallout universe. Human Soldier. At the Keeper of the Accord. At the beginning of each opponent's end step, if that player controls more creatures than you, create a 1/1 white soldier token. At the beginning of each opponent's end step, if that player controls more lands than you, may search your life for basic lands, so put it into the battlefield tapped.
Yeah.
Okay.
So kind of like that rabbit we pulled from the first set.
Definitely useful.
Yeah, white cards typically try to, if you're behind lands, they get you catch you up.
Ooh, nice. Foil Pip-Boy. I don't know if it's worth anything, but it looks cool. Whenever equipped creature attacks, choose one. Sort inventory, draw a card, then discard a card, put a 1/1 counter on that creature, untap up to 2 target lands. I do like the Pip-Boy though. The fact that it is a Pip-Boy. Serialized card? No. Spire of Industry. Oh, this is probably a good card.
Oh, that's a producing card.
Yeah, pay 1 colorless, pay 1 life, add 1. Yep. That's a good one for you in a pinch. And we got a legendary creature, Paladin Elizabeth Taggerly. Human Knight Battalion, whenever a Paladin and at least 2 other creatures attack, draw a card. Then you may put a creature card with mana X value from your hand into the battlefield tapped and attacking.
That's pretty cool. It's like a lot of combat tricks, so you just kind of build a board very aggressively, especially when you're already being aggressively attacking.
Not a good commander, but good in the commander deck, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of decks that care for taking extra combats.
Oh, another one of those checkbox lands, but it is a search portal.
That's pretty neat, yeah. Which one is this? Is it Wear and Tear?
Destroy target enchantment, destroy target artifact.
That card actually gets played in certain different formats.
I've seen this reprinted too, yeah. This is a reprint or a different thing. Ooh, Mysterious Stranger. When Mysterious Stranger enters the battlefield, you may, for each graveyard with an instant or sorcery card in it, exile target instant or sorcery card from that graveyard. If 2 more cards are exiled this way, choose one of them at random and copy it.
Not bad.
A little RNG.
Yeah. Well, because it's a mono red card?
Yep.
Red, yeah. Red's known for flipping coins, being random.
Security card spawn. Alright. Squad 3, Vigilance, every creature token in play. Okay. Hey, Nuka Cola. No serialized card. Come on. I want the serialized card. Give me the bobblehead serialized card. Now, this is the last pack in existence as far as we're concerned.
Yeah.
So my question is, do I give this to Casey to grade and then sell it for $2,000 thinking that someone might risk the RNG for a serialized card, or do I open it? What do I do? Because I have a feeling this is going to be like Fallout, this show, can't say anything because I'm under embargo, but like the show's coming out and it's gonna like basically like shoot this Fallout thing into a whole nother like level. And they already know that because they released the card set, they're releasing merchandise, they're releasing there was something else that was announced for Fallout today. Like they're
I know they've been doing a lot.
They're ready.
If it makes it count for anything, I know we got a long time ago a Nuka-Cola bottle of soda that was years past expiration, and somebody bought it from us almost like 3 years ago. A like 7-year-old expired soda just because it was
Nuka-Cola.
the Nuka-Cola, and I think it was almost in triple-digit value for expired bottle soda.
Expired. All right, we're doing it. Yeah. We're doing it. Let's see if I would have made money grading it and then going the other way.
Yeah. The good part, there's so much foil in this set that you can't really weigh it back.
You can't really, there's, so we got a nice forest. Rex Cyberhound, legendary creature robot dog. Whenever Rex Cyberhound deals combat damage to a player, mill 2 cards and you get 2 energy.
Yeah.
It's not black either. Interesting. Choose target creature card in your graveyard, exile it with a brain counter on it. Interesting. Yes. Yeah, so many counters.
Yeah, the worst part, they're like all different too, so you have to like have separate counters for each thing.
So, stolen strategy, okay.
Oh, don't.
Is that the one that comes in the, that's, damn, that's a mythic I didn't want. But maybe one day.
I mean, the good part was early in the pack, so it's, of course, the way the pack is made, that your normal foils are up front with your surges and higher value are given in the pack, so it's not taken away from anything per se.
Another Spire of Industry.
Yep.
Good card. Inspiring Call. Draw a card for your control. Okay. Strong back. Cool art. Yep. Horror spells you have. Okay. Champion's Helm.
That's cool.
Has hexproof.
It's a reprint.
Oh, we got a double. That's okay. Temple of Empathy. Temple of it's just scry one. Yep, this is what you said. Check off things. Yep.
Yeah.
Assaultatron Dominator.
Okay.
Enters the battlefield to get 2 energy. Okay.
Not bad.
Single combat. Oh, doubles are terrible to see when the packs are this close.
Yeah.
Golem. I have, a couple more.
Yeah.
Come on, serialized card. Armor Paladin, Creature Human Knight, Trample, okay. I have, this is the
Well, the last card's be a token, so.
last card. Serialized card. Oh, no, but I got Nuclear Fallout.
That card's pretty solid.
And it's not a surge foil, but a foil. That's a good card. I'll
sure.
take it.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Nuka Fallout's a pretty solid card. Alright, token. I mean, between the Ravages of War and your Fairball, those are 2 really, really solid cards. And luckily Wizards, gave you those 2 packs, or these 4 packs, which, trust me, even us as a store is jealous that we can't even get that. So, I mean, that's awesome. I mean, the good part, those Pip-Boy cards, I've seen like 1 per booster box. So the fact you got 2 of them, it's pretty solid nonetheless.
And go home and hang on to these for a hot minute.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think that's it for the stream today, guys. Cody, thanks for hanging out again.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
Opening so much of your product on
Yeah.
stream. We really appreciate it. And then make sure, like I said, if you like this stream, we're gonna try to do this more often. We don't have a set schedule to do this every day because it determines on how much product we have access to, whether we're opening the store's product or our own product or a product supplied to us. So please keep an eye out for our Twitters and social medias when we do this stuff. I do enjoy it. It is fun and educational. Magic has been a staple for how long? 30 years? It's been around for 30 years?
So this is the 31st year.
31st year of Magic. So and we also do Lorcana, and we also will do, maybe we'll do One Piece one day. I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah, the soonest we'll get it will be September. But
right.
About one Lorcana next month in May.
Yes.
We're getting more Lorcana.
So I want to thank everyone for watching and have a good night.